We're at Teotihuacan, and behind me is what is called the Moon Temple. Now, the Aztecs discovered this place when they migrated to this area from their ancestral homeland, which was called Aztlan, or the place of whiteness. Nobody actually knows why it was called the place of whiteness. Perhaps tall mountains with snow? Unknown. But they discovered this place in ruins when they were on their way to develop what would later be called Tenochtitlan, and is called now, present day, Mexico City. And you see these side pyramids, and notice 4 levels. So obviously 4 was sacred to whoever the builders of this place were. Behind me, you can see, is what is called the Temple of the Sun. Now, the Aztecs, again, on their migration from the north, named these places, but we have no idea who or what names the original builders gave them. What I'm going to be looking for are possible remnants of megalithic work, and that, hopefully, would help to let us find out if there were people here, builders, even before the construction of these magnificent temples that we're looking at now.
Temple of Quetzal in Teotihuacan, and this has been revealed by the Mexican archaeologists. Some of the colors that you can see were the kind of the original colors. And Quetzal was a very important bird, a mystical bird. And in the center of this temple there was like a little lake where the people, the priests, were able to study the stars.
Yeah, so this is a celestial chamber. By looking at the reflection in the water, then they could see the positions of the stars. Now, many academics believe it could have been the Toltec civilization that constructed Teotihuacan somewhere between 100 AD and then abandoned the area 600 AD. However, there are others that believe the site is even older than that, possibly thousands of years older. Still, I'm looking to see if there's a true continuity in the way that these buildings were put together, or if there's also a megalithic component, like we see in places such as Peru and Bolivia and Egypt.
In the center of Teotihuacan, in a place where only the Teotihuacan people used to attend, which is this center. And in this center that was standing, the priests came and did the ceremony.
Ah, and that's why it's also situated right in front of the Temple of the Moon. Again, the Temple of the Moon is a name given by the later Aztec people. We don't know what the original builders called it, whether the builders were the Toltec or somebody much older than that. Also, where I'm standing is the oration temple, if you want to call that. And it's from here that all major speeches of any kind were made. So another function or reason for the tiers, as in levels, on these smaller, if you want to call them pyramids, is so that the local people everyone could sit on a seat and hear the oration, whether it be political, social, warfare, or whatever. So the acoustics were very important for the people being able to hear what the speaker had to say, but there may be more fundamental reasons for the acoustics as well. And we'll see if we can find out more as we explore the site. So originally, according to our guide, this was not the exterior, but this was. It was all covered in a type of stucco, and every single one of these buildings was actually red in color, which is different because in places like Peru, for example, anything lunar or moon related would be white, and anything red would be sun related. So the entire city, ceremonial city of Teotihuacan was supposedly red.
This is the pyramid of the moon. It's 48 meters tall. Then the sun pyramid is 66 meters tall. Right here we have 48 steps. Then the sun pyramid is 240 steps. Its shape, it has 4 bases. Someone says the season of the year. Summer, autumn, spring, and winter. There was, the legend says it was a temple right on the top. Inside was an idol, rock idol covered with gold. When the Romans came, they destroyed that. They take the gold out. So, because for the indigenous from Teotihuacan, doesn't have any value. That gold, the metal.
Right, gold was symbolic, but it didn't have a money value. And gold is symbolic of the sun in many cultures. This is the famous Avenue of the Dead, and it was called that by the Aztec as they were entering this place for the first time, stumbling over this huge abandoned ceremonial complex. They believed that the little pyramidal structures on either side were tombs, and therefore they called them, or they called this place the Avenue of the Dead. But as far as I know, no major discoveries of tombs on or in these little structures have been found.
In this mural, we can see a jaguar, which was the protector of the land, and the red lines that you can see this is the motherland or mother earth. And this jaguar was protecting the land after the peasants worked the land for protecting, to have a good harvest. And the circles that we can see, there was this stone jade also. But all of that were taken by the Spanish.
Now, this is kind of a strange transition because you see the somewhat crude stairway, and then it transitions into that. It is possible that this stone, which is of a different nature than this stone, this could have been recycled from something else because it's much more refined. The surfaces are much more refined than here. And wherever the quarry for this stone is, it's most likely not the same quarry where this came from. Well, here we have something quite interesting because those blocks on this side seem to be quite precise in terms of cutting. And in comparison, the material on top is inferior. And it looks likely that the material on top was done after this work on the bottom. The staircase as well, it looks like there's no mortar in between the stones, quite precision joinery. So it could be that here we found at the temple of Quetzalcoatl, the plumed serpent, evidence of an older culture here that had more advanced techniques than the Toltec.
What? Why doesn't it autoplay? What the fuck, YouTube? Like, fuck you.
One of the most amazing places you could ever hope to see in your life is the ancient center of Petra in Jordan. Now, I'm sorry, but standard academics have got this place completely wrong, and you will see over the course of this video that the standard story of archaeologists makes no sense whatsoever, because the construction technology of the so-called Nabatean people, who were the supposed builders, was nothing compared to what would have been required to create Petra in the first place. This, here you can see ancient tool marks, and we see this and will see this over and over again, as well as this water channel that goes about 1.5 miles. It's been obviously repaired, likely by the so-called Nabatean people, but the original builders at this point in time are unknown. Okay, we're at the beginnings of what's called the Seat, which is the entryway to the famous aspects of Petra in Jordan. And already we've been seeing tool marks similar to what we see at Baalbek in Lebanon and also on the Giza Plateau. Susan, our geologist, has stated that the stone in this area so far is likely about 7 on the Mohs scale out of 10. And in order to do that, to work this stone, you require very hard iron or steel tools. And they're talking conventionally that all this work was done 2,000 years ago, but where would they have gotten so many steel tools in order to do this work? So the Sikh here is a natural phenomenon. It was created by millions of years probably of water flow coming through, but in certain areas it's been expanded by somebody. And now we're going to look more and more at the tool marks.
So here you see more repair work that was done, likely by the Nabatean people, and also possibly by the Romans. Again, the first people who were organized in this area supposedly were these Nabateans, with a bit of Greek influence afterwards, and then the Romans appeared, and after that, Petra was largely abandoned. But this water channel, which is broken in places and repaired in other places, would have to have been originally constructed using very hard steel tools at a minimum. And it's quite amazing. It's on both sides of the Sikh, and repair work by the Nabateans and others is actually quite obvious. You see a primitive form of concrete or cement is utilized, as well as broken bits of stone. But in some areas, the entire sides of the channel or channels is eroded. Here is primitive concrete being used to repair. Here again, more repair work using concrete, clay pipes, and broken pieces of stone. Compare that to the original stonework. It's night and day.
Damn it.
The Sikh,
Fuck. Fuck you. God damn it. I don't think it was it anyways. It was close though. I hate this stupid ass level. This level's such a piece of fucking shit. Like, it's so terrible. I hate it. I hate it so much.
The treasury is approximately 1% of the entire site.
It's the dumbest fucking shit in the world.
There's another location half an hour's drive away called Little Petra, which obviously was constructed by the same people.
I hate this fucking bullshit. I really do.
Or likely many thousands of years ago. Now, Petra, or at least the treasury aspect of Petra, of course, is world famous. Millions of photographs have been taken of it. And the sad thing is that there are many tourists who simply will travel down the sea from the entrance gate. They'll take photographs of the treasury, then they'll turn around and go back.
So fucking dumb.
Having seen, as I said, maybe 1% of the site. From the beginning of the entry gate to the end is 12 kilometers or 7 miles, with ruins on the left and right hand side. It's worth more than one trip, so we will be returning in 2019. And here in front of the treasury, you can see not only a staircase, but also chambers that go underground, underneath the treasury. And within the treasury itself, there's a chamber which is likely somewhere in the nature of 100 feet long, 100 feet wide, probably 30 feet high. The amount of stone volume would be somewhere in the nature of 300,000 cubic feet.
Cutting this hole into the bedrock like that is a hell of a lot of work. So it's quite possible that the Nabateans found the treasury, at least the basic work, the cutting out the big chamber hall inside, etc. And then, since they were very wealthy people, because they were international in terms of trade, that they simply maybe hired Greeks to come and do all of the ornate carving of it. So again, like in many places, I think you're looking at two different time periods. You're looking at the initial shaping, which is just very pragmatic, being done by the first culture, and then the Nabateans, who arrived somewhere around 300 BC. Maybe by 100 BC, they had made enough of a fortune that they were able to hire
I hate
experts
this.
in
I
other
really hate.
countries
Like, it's
to
so
embellish
stupid.
the work,
It's such a
such as
stupid
here
game.
at the famous treasury. The treasury is only a small percentage of what Petra
Game is
is,
great.
which
This
we'll
level is
see
dog
that
shit.
way.
So we leave the treasury behind because there are way too many tourists there. And
I'm gonna turn
I
this
had
off.
no
Like
idea
very soon.
that this place is so massive. But we were told by an Australian engineer, Antonio, who had visited the year before, that it was a must-see because of its sheer scale, the astonishing amount of work that had been done, and the mysterious nature of who it was that did the actual work. You see this edifice? It's one of 20 or possibly 30 that are located at Petra. Very simple in execution, but a lot of work to produce. And here again, as we pan around, you'll see there are more and more of these amazing edifices. And the amount of weathering is quite astonishing too. Is this simply wind and sand over the course of a couple of thousand years? Or many, many thousands of years?
It appears to me that the initial work is actually quite simple in terms of form, like that in behind, where you have flat surfaces, you have the caves or the chambers, you have this domed area, and sometimes this curve. And then after that came the Nabateans, who hired artisans to do the surface work, especially at the treasury, because the treasury is right at the opening of the seat. So that's why they wanted it to look spectacular. I guess they didn't have the finances to be able to get all of the rest of this done in detailed ornamentation, which you will see momentarily.
Chamber after chamber after chamber, all stated as being tombs, but you're looking at millions of cubic feet of stone that had to have been removed in order to create these openings. Again, that would have to have been done either with a massive population of people with at least hardened steel tools, or some form of lost ancient high technology. And what you're going to see in the following film is so-called Little Petra, which is not little at all, and it's very possible that in between Petra and Little Petra, there are even more of these amazing cutout chambers.
among other things, Petra is astonishing because of its sheer scale. The idea that a tribal nomadic people started this from scratch and built the whole thing in the course of 200-300 years is completely ridiculous. But what's also amazing is you see many examples of ancient megalithic work.
Come on, like, I hate this stupid game. I hate this stupid level. It's so stupid, man. Like, it's so stupid.
Of the whole construction. And so what you're going to hear
It's
inside
so
this chamber
unnecessary.
will probably, hopefully, blow your mind.
Oh my god, this guy is really pissing me off. This guy better shut the fuck up.
So, tuned to Om, just like the king's chamber in the Great Pyramid. Oh!
Sorry, I'm gonna if he does it one more time.
Done on purpose. And these are the original tool marks.
So fucking dumb. Slow gate. It's not it. This isn't it. The gate was too slow.
Okay, this is likely a Nabatean construction. One can imagine that someone
Whatever.
comes
Fuck
in
it.
from the eastern deserts, discovers this site,
Fuck you. Just fuck this run.
finds almost all of this here.
It's better be
decides
55, I swear to God.
do some kind of construction. Since their ancestors lived in the desert, it's highly unlikely that they knew anything.
Wow. Could that have been if I didn't get stuck? Maybe.
Building something
Maybe
out
I
of
just
stone,
suck.
small
Just
stones,
suck.
and mortar
I hate this fucking
is
level.
likely. So it's pretty damn obvious to me that the site was found by the Nabateans because it's just so huge. I mean, it still goes off in this direction, off in that direction. As the geologist Susan Moore has stated to me today, this sandstone is not soft. Some sandstones can be soft, and others are harder. It depends upon how it was deposited, how much pressure has been applied over time during the deposition. If it was metamorphosed, then it becomes quartzite. This appears to be sandstone. But she says the hardness of the stone is about 7 out of 10, 10 being diamond. So you would require, at a minimum, probably carbon steel in order to be able to shape this. And there's just so much of it. And carbon steel did exist around 300 BC. I believe the Assyrians were the ones who were the masters of making it at that time. They likely did export it to places like Egypt and here, but it would require thousands upon thousands of tools to be able to do this work. So obviously this is site transformation. The caves and tunnels and chambers were found, and then a few of them, like the treasury, were later detail carving was done on them, because that's the first structure you see when you go through the sea. Just like in Peru, Bolivia, Turkey, Egypt, Greece, there's a megalithic component to these places which is much, much older than what conventional, hopefully soon to be retiring academics have to say. Yep. On the donkey. Slow down. Well, I hope you've enjoyed our little tour here of Petra. We basically covered most of the site. There's still more seemingly up here. But if you'd like to join us, then please do. And you can follow me through my YouTube channel or also my mega website called hiddenincatours.com. Enjoy.
It's just so dumb.
In the year 1812, a Swiss explorer and eccentric named Johann Ludwig Burckhardt was traveling in the Middle East, in the region of what is today Jordan. Burckhardt was a strange and colourful character. Born on the shores of Lake Geneva, he had travelled to England to study, and there had been employed by a group known as the African Association, a gathering of upper-class Englishmen who financed expeditions of exploration. They had given Burckhardt the task of crossing the Sahara Desert from Cairo and making contact with what was then considered a lost city, the city of Timbuktu. Burckhardt took his assignment seriously, and he threw himself into it with all the energy of a true Georgian eccentric. He began to study Arabic at Cambridge University, and while there he began dressing in traditional Arab clothing, wearing long white dish dashers and a turban, much to the bemusement of his fellow students. After graduating, he moved to Syria and spent 2 years there practicing his Arabic, even adopting the name Sheikh Ibrahim ibn Abdullah and attempting to pass himself off as a Muslim. It's not clear how successful Burckhardt's disguise really was, or whether anyone in the Arab world was fooled. In preparation for his great journey, he set out on a number of expeditions into the Syrian desert, but many of these ended in disaster.
Yo, when I'm with
He was robbed on a number of occasions, often by the same people he had hired to act as security on the journey. But his desire for adventure was unabated by these setbacks. And in 1812, he set out on the journey from Syria to Cairo, with the intention there of securing passage across the great sandy sea of the Sahara.
It's not it, homie. What's up, buddy?
It was on this journey, taking the more dangerous inland route through the baking summer heat of the desert, that Burckhardt would make quite a different discovery. It was here that his guides told him of a series of mysterious
I'll say I don't agree with this. What do you mean?
Narrow valley nearby, which was known by locals.
What do you mean?
Wadi Musa,
what don't you agree with me, man?
The valley.
Damn agent? Me too.
At this point, Burckhardt was still in disguise
as
an Arab, and he contrived an excuse to visit the ruins, as he writes in his diary.
Sorry, man.
August 22nd, 1812. I was particularly desirous of visiting Moses' Valley, the antiquities of which I had heard the country people speak in terms of great admiration.
Oh, it's in
I hired a guide
Joseph
at LG to conduct me there, and paid him with a pair of old horses.
I get it, good one.
He carried the goat and gave me a skin of water to carry,
Hilarious.
as he knew that there was no water in the valley below.
As Burckhardt travelled with his guide down into the dry valley, he began to feel increasingly fearful that someone would see through his disguise, and his ruse would be discovered.
In following the rivulet of LG westwards, the valley soon narrows again, and it is here that the antiquities of Wadi Musa begin. Of these, I regret I am not able to give a very complete account, but I knew well the character of the people around me. I was without protection in the midst of a desert where no traveller had ever before been seen, and a close examination of these works of the infidels, as they are called, would have excited suspicion that I was a magician in search of treasures. Future travellers may visit the spot under the protection of an armed force, and the antiquities of Wadi Musa will then be found to rank amongst the most curious remains of ancient art.
Burckhardt's guides led him towards what, from a distance, appeared to be a sheer cliff of brilliant red sandstone. But as he drew closer, he saw a well-concealed ravine opening up in the stone wall, from which a sparse stream was flowing.
The valley seemed to be entirely closed by high rocks, but upon a nearer approach, I perceived a chasm about 15 or 20 feet in breadth, through which the rivulet flows westward in winter. The precipices on either side of the torrent are about 80 feet in height, In many places, the opening between them at the top is less than at the bottom, and the sky is not visible from below.
As Burckhardt travelled down this
Yo,
shady
the Canada
chasm,
flag, nice man.
his sense of excitement
Nice
gradually
flag, dude.
grew to wonder as he came upon the sight of an enormous tomb carved into the very rock of the red sandstone mass around him.
In continuing along the winding passage, an excavated mausoleum came over. The situation
I hate this stupid level, man. Like, it's so stupid, man.
extraordinary
It's so.
impression upon
This
the
is
traveler.
such a waste of life.
After having traversed for
I feel like I'm
nearly
wasting
half
my
an hour
life
such a
playing this
gloomy
level.
and almost
like I'm
subterraneous
wasting it away.
passage, as I have described. The natives call this monument Kostra Faroum, or Pharaoh's Castle, and pretend that it was the residence of a prince. But it was rather the sepulchre of a prince, and great must have been the opulence of the city, which could dedicate such monuments to the memory of its rulers.
I didn't mean to do that.
It's clear that the sight of this hidden wonder had an enormous effect on Burckhardt, and he writes breathlessly in his diary about the sight of this enormous edifice.
It is one of the most elegant remains of antiquity existing in Syria. Its state of preservation
With their
resembles
flag.
that of a building recently finished.
Really recognizable.
On
Wow,
closer
cool, man. Thanks, man.
examination, I found it to be a work
Thanks, buddy.
of immense labor. The colonnade is about 35 feet high, and the columns are about 3 feet in diameter with Corinthian capitals. The colonnade is crowned with a pediment, which consisted of an
I like the
insignia
constellation on the
and
Australian
vase,
flag.
standing
I think it's
between
cool
two
to
other
incorporate
structures
astronomy
in the shape of small temples,
to your nation.
supported by short pillars. The entire front, from the base of the column to the top of the ornaments, may be 60 or 65 feet.
Johann Burckhardt would be the first European in modern times to set foot in a city that for much of the previous millennium had been only a legend. This was the ancient city of
Pretty epic.
For centuries, it had been the heart
It
of
is.
a powerful trading kingdom that controlled the flow of spice and incense coming across the desert from the lands of the east. Its people had built vast constructions, carved with immaculate skill into the sandstone bedrock of the desert itself, and tamed one of the harshest environments to be found on planet Earth. They had fought and traded with empires, and played a starring role in many of the historical dramas of their age. They were called the Nabateans. As Burckhardt wandered through the gullies and chasms of that lost city, he must have wondered how such a society had flourished out here in the harsh landscape of the Arabian desert. And if so great a civilization had arisen here, what had happened to empty its temples and streets and leave it to be buried in the wandering sands of the desert?
Oh, go fuck yourself. You stupid fucking level. Fuck you. Fuck you.
My name's Paul Cooper.
Sub
and
Cruise
you're listening
Lumen.
to the Fall
That's
of
cool, man.
Civilizations podcast.
I know this on a
Each
crosslight. That's cool,
episode,
man.
I look at a civilization of the past that rose to glory and then collapsed into the ashes of history.
Light of knowledge. That's
I
cool,
want
man.
to ask, what did they have in common? What led to their fall? And what did it feel like to be a person alive at the time who witnessed the end of their world? In this episode, I want to look at one of the most remarkable stories of civilizational survival to come down to us from the ancient world. The story of the trading empire of the Nabateans. I want to explore how these once humble traders rose to become masters of the desert sands and to defy empires. I want to show how the
Really
city
bad.
of Petra
Really bad.
flourished to become the crossroads of the world.
It's not it. It's
And
not
I
it.
want to explore what happened to finally bring down the empire of Nabatea.
It's not it. It's not it.
Sandstone is
not
a
it.
sedimentary rock. It's formed when layers of
I
sand
hate this level.
are piled one upon another, and then over time subjected to enormous pressure.
That was another pretty
This
episode
pressure,
of Southern Cross. Yeah,
along
man.
with
It is, dude.
natural
It is,
mineral
dude.
processes, fuses the sand grains
It is, my
together
man.
into rock.
It's pretty
Beneath
cool.
the lands of Jordan, where this historical drama will unfold, two great beds of sandstone stretch out. These are known as Gyges sandstone and Ishrin sandstone. Gyges sandstone is the youngest and uppermost layer. Sandstones can be any color, depending on the kinds of grains that went into forming them. And this kind is hard, pale grey, and usually erodes to form distinctive dome-like structures. But beneath this layer is a layer of older sandstone, at least 20 million years older. This is Ishrin sandstone, and it's easily recognizable by the beautiful patterns it forms. And due to its composition of iron, hydroxides, and manganese oxides, it is famous for its color, woven with rich oranges, purples, and deep rosy reds. The winding, interlaced patterns on these stones were formed by the shapes of riverbeds that ran across this landscape as much as 500 million years ago, in the middle of the period known as the Cambrian. During this period, the planet Earth would have looked like a very alien place, almost like the surface of another planet. There were a few plants, like mosses and lichens, but no leaves or trees, and no animals on the bare, rocky land. The sea levels were high, with little or no polar ice, and so large areas of the continents were flooded with warm, shallow seas, filled with some of the largest forms of life to yet have evolved, crustaceans and arthropods like trilobites. Over the hundreds of millions of years that followed, an enormous amount of sand was deposited on the floors of these oceans as their waves ground away at the rocks of the planet crust, as rainwaters flowed down through rivers, bringing silt and dust along with them. Today, the Ishrin layer of sandstone is more than half a kilometre thick, and in most places it is buried by sheets of younger grey limestone. This rosy sandstone would have remained buried if it weren't for the unique plate tectonics of the Arabian Peninsula. The Arabian plate is currently being crushed by the other plates around it, the much larger African and Eurasian plates. It's being pushed north at a rate of 15 millimeters per year, or about as fast as your fingernails grow. As it does so, these enormous forces have thrown up mountain ranges in Turkey, Syria, and Iran. And this vice-like pressure has caused the landmass to tilt. All of the rock layers in Jordan now slope gently towards the northeast. The upper limestone layer became exposed to the powerful forces of the wind and sand. In places like Wadi Rum, Danar, the eastern shore of the Dead Sea, and at the site of Petra, these grey sandstones eroded away, and the long-buried layers of Ishrin sandstone came into view in all their rich red glory. And it's here, in this landscape of rosy red stone, that the story of the Nabateans would begin.
Bit wide.
The earliest hints
Too
of the
wide.
people who may have been the Nabateans comes from the sources
Nice
of
stairs,
the
but
late
everything was
Kingdom
too
of
wide. It's
Syria
54.
in the 8th and 7th centuries BC.
Oh, it sucks.
Like many rulers of this region before them, they had struggled to control the nomadic tribal peoples living in the deserts to their south. The 7th century BC Assyrian king Sennacherib wrote the following inscription detailing one of his campaigns in the south.
In my first campaign, I accomplished the defeat of Merodach Baladan, king of Babylonia, together with the army of Elam, his ally, in the plain of Kish. On my return march, the Tamuna, the Abudu, the Damanu, the Nabatu, who were not submissive at all.
Oh, I hate this
all of
level.
them
I hate this
I
level.
conquered.
It's so terrible. Such a terrible
Sennacherib's
experience.
grandson, the king Ashurbanipal, also wrote of encountering these desert peoples.
The Nabatu
Oh, well.
live in a far-off desert place.
It's just not a
where
good
there are
experience for
no
anybody.
wild
The viewer,
animals,
the
and
player.
not even birds build their nests.
Today, many scholars dismiss the similarities between the name of
Thanks, man. Thanks for being here.
Batu
Watching
and the
this,
later Nabateans
this
as a
awfulness.
simple coincidence. But what we do know is that since the earliest history of this region, people have lived in this kind of nomadic manner in the deserts of Arabia. These people would have no
point.
fixed towns or cities, no houses
Oh, I do like-
or temples.
I do like many
But they would
levels.
move with their herds.
We've heard me
constructing
swear
tents
that
wherever
many.
they went, and moving as restlessly as the desert sounds. They would survive by raising animals like goats, sheep, and cows, which could provide meat, milk, and wool. They would forage and hunt what they could from the environment, and would perhaps plant orchards that they would return to each year on their wandering routes. It seems that during their early history, the Nabateans would also act as pirates and bandits, using their knowledge of the desert to outmaneuver the slow-moving trade caravans that passed through their territory and along their coast. The 1st century Roman writer Strabo
Shoot me.
recounts that the Nabateans even dabbled in seaborne piracy.
Nabatea is a country with a large population and well supplied with pasturage. They also dwell on islands situated off the coast nearby, and these Nabateans formerly lived a peaceful life. But later, by means of rafts, went to plundering the vessels of people sailing from Egypt. But they paid the penalty when a fleet went over and sacked their country.
Soon it seems that the Nabateans discovered that it was more profitable not to rob the trade caravans, but to offer them protection to pass through their territory for a price. And from there, it was only one small step to organizing the caravans themselves. By the end of the 1st millennium BC, the Nabateans had pushed out their rivals, and now dominated the business of transporting goods across the deserts of Arabia. By the time the first books of the Hebrew Bible were being written down, it's clear that the Arab kingdoms of the south were already making a killing. In the Book of Kings 10:15, the following account is made of the wealth of the 10th century King Solomon, with particular mention of the wealth of the Arab kingdoms.
Now, the weight of gold that came to Solomon
Shoot me.
in 1 year was 666 talents of gold.
No,
Beside
what?
that,
I
he
can't
had
believe I
of
missed
the
that.
merchantmen,
Like,
and
what?
of the traffic of the
I hate
spice
this.
merchants, and of all the kings of Arabia.
Oh,
and of the
what?
governors
It was
of
so
the country.
stupid.
The first truly solid account of the Nabateans comes second-hand, from around the year 312 BC, and the Greek writer known as Hieronymus of Cardia. Hieronymus wrote an apparently detailed description of the Nabatean people, expounding on their history, their culture, and their way of life. But unfortunately for us, that text hasn't survived into the modern day. But he was used as a major source for other later scholars, like the Greek historian Diodorus of Sicily, writing more than 300 years later. In his work, Diodorus gives a lengthy description of the Nabateans, based on the earlier observations of Hieronymus of Cardia. He paints a picture of an uncompromising nomadic people who refused the comforts of settled society out of a desire for independence.
For the sake of those who do not know, it will be useful to state in some detail the customs of these Arabs, by following which it is believed they preserve their liberty. They range over a country that is partly desert and partly waterless, though a small section of it is fruitful. They live in the open air, claiming as native land a wilderness that has neither rivers nor abundant springs from which it is possible for a hostile army to obtain water. It is their custom neither to plant grain, set out any fruit-bearing tree, use wine, nor construct any house. And if anyone is found acting contrary to this, death is his penalty. They follow this custom because they believe that those who possess these things are, in order to retain the use of them, easily compelled by the powerful to do their bidding.
Diodorus also recounts the great wealth that the Nabateans had amassed due to
I went too wide.
Crucial trade routes.
I went too fucking
for
wide.
spices
It's
and
over.
Incense.
It's over.
Some of
The
them
dream
raise
is
their
dead.
camels, others sheep, pasturing them in the desert.
It's not it. I had
While
like
there are
three,
many
I had
Arab
3
tribes
random
who
ass
use
boosts.
the desert as pasture,
It's the last
the
gate.
Nabateans far
It's not it.
surpass the others in wealth, although they are not much more than 10,000 in number, for not a few of them are accustomed
You're
to
gonna get
bring
53?
down
Thanks,
to the
man.
sea
Thanks, homie.
frankincense and myrrh.
You know me,
and the
when I
most
get
valuable
53, I'm gonna
kinds of
like give the
spices
camera
which
the
they
finger.
procure from those
I
who
might give you
convey
the,
them.
not you the finger, but I might give the camera the finger. I'm sorry, dude. I'm
Frankincense
apologizing.
and myrrh are the resins of 2 different plants in the Burseraceae family.
And I might say like,
gnarled
F you.
and stunted trees that grow on the Arabian Peninsula, in India and North Africa. When the bark of these trees is damaged, they have evolved to release resin from their wounds, which forms a glassy seal, protecting the plant's delicate insides from further harm. But trees are also susceptible to bacterial infections, just like we are. And as an extra line of defense, these resins are filled with volatile compounds that kill bacteria.
Settle down, simmer
similar to our
down.
own immune system. It's these volatile chemicals that also act in interesting ways on the human sense of smell. And for at least the last 5,000 years, these resins have been used for their antibacterial properties in medicine and for their striking aromas when burned. Frankincense releases a sweet and woody scent with notes of lemon, while myrrh releases a smell that is more like spice, bitterer with floral overtones. At harvest times, farmers slice gashes into the barks of the trees and collect the milky resins that ooze from within. Once exposed to air and sun, myrrh dries and hardens to reddish-brown, pea-sized chunks, while frankincense dries to pale yellow, tear-shaped droplets. Diodorus of Sicily even claims that the smells were so strong that sailors traveling up the coast of Arabia could smell them as they sailed past. A group of Greek sailors who ran out of supplies on the Arabian coast around the year 300 AD landed on the shore in search of water and stumbled upon a plantation of these trees. They were later interviewed by the botanist Theophrastus, who wrote down everything they told him about the methods of extracting these resins.
They said that on the coasting voyage they landed to look for water on the mountains and saw these trees and the manner of collecting their guns. They reported that with both trees incisions had been made, both in the stems and in the branches. Also that in some cases the gum was dropping, but that in others it remained sticky to the tree, and that in some places mats woven of palm leaves were put underneath, while that which remained sticky to the trees they scraped off with iron tools.
The cultivation of these trees was veiled in secrecy, and this secrecy gave rise to outlandish myths. The historian Herodotus, writing in the 5th century BC, recorded the process for harvesting these incenses, along with an account of a supposed race of monsters that guarded them.
Arabia is the furthest of the inhabited lands in the direction of the midday, and in it alone of all lands grow frankincense and myrrh. These are got with difficulty by the Arabians, for these trees which produce frankincense are guarded by winged serpents, small in size and of various colors, which watch in great numbers about each tree, and they cannot be driven away from the trees by any other thing but only the smoke of the stones.
We will never know whether this was a simple legend, or whether it was a purposeful piece of disinformation spread by Arab frankincense farmers to scare others away from their lucrative industry. If this latter was the case, then it seems to have worked. The stories of venomous flying snakes were repeated by a number of other ancient Greek writers, and few of those who explored the coast of Arabia by sea were ever brave enough to venture inland to see the incense plantations for themselves. And it's not hard to see why these commodities were so sought after. Towns and cities of the Bronze and Iron Age would likely have been a potent mix of pungent smells. Even in the most refined cities, sanitation was in its early stages, if it existed at all, and little centralized planning would often mean that waste would build up close to where people lived and worked. With no refrigeration, food would spoil quickly, and industries like leather tanning used dung and urine to produce their products. All of this would have combined to create a heady assault on the noses of all the people who lived there. And for the rich, alleviating this discomfort was something they were willing to pay for.
Fuck.
Aside
Come
from
on,
its
god damn
obvious
it.
use, the burning of incense
Oh,
also took on
I
a
hate
significant
this.
spiritual dimension. Temples and places of religious worship wanted to create a clear divide between the inside of the temple, a holy, sacred space, and the dirty, smelly world outside. And incense was one of the best ways to do this. Since ancient times, people had noticed the connection between bad smells and illness and death. Our sense of smell evolved in part to protect us from harmful bacteria in waste and decaying matter. And so naturally, people
what the
noticed that
fuck,
those
man?
who
Like,
lived
fuck you,
close
you
to
stupid fucking
foul-smelling
asshole.
places,
Fucking piece
like
of shit.
sewers and waste
Little
dumps,
motherfucker.
would get sick more often and even die. Since the earliest texts have been recorded, it's clear that people considered the presence of bad smells to be evidence of the existence of evil spirits, invisible to the eye but lingering in the air, waiting to cause disease and misery to the people around them. A large part of the responsibility of a temple was to give people comfort from the daily horrors of disease and misfortune. And to do this, they would need to create a space where these putrid smells and the evil associated with them were not allowed entry. This use of incense to create a sense of holy space is truly ancient. It was mentioned as part of rituals in Homer's Odyssey, and the book of Exodus even describes a particular blend of frankincense and other spices to be ground and burnt in the sacred altar before the Ark of the Covenant, and even goes so far as to forbid its use for any other purpose.
Then the Lord said to Moses, "Take fragrant spices, gum resin, onycha and galbanum, and pure frankincense, all in equal amounts, and make a fragrant blend of incense, the work of a perfumer. It is to be salted and pure and sacred. Grind some of it to a powder and place it in front of the Ark of the Covenant law in the tent of meeting. It shall be most holy to you. Do not make any incense with this formula for yourselves. Whoever makes incense like it to enjoy its fragrance must be cut off from their people."
From this
Yo, what's up, dude? I'm not settling down with this level, man.
To the function of royalty. Myrrh was used in the anointing rituals of Hebrew queens and in the embalming process for the mummies of Egyptian pharaohs.
You'd think I'd be on roids due to my rage,
the Gospel
but I'm
of
not.
Matthew describes a group of wise men who traveled from the east to attend the birth of Jesus.
Not my muscle
and
mass,
to
but
bring him
my rage.
The traditional offerings given to royalty: gold, frankincense, and myrrh. Gifts designed
Like, it's
to
so dumb,
reinforce
guys.
his claim to
Like,
being born
I
as
honestly,
King of the
I
Jews
think,
and
I'm
descendant
probably doing it wrong.
of David.
I'm definitely doing it wrong.
In other words,
but
incense around this time was serious business. These fragrances were not simply
this
frivolous
gate guard
luxuries,
manipulation, I think, is
but
just
they were
all
essential tools in
BS.
the way that religious authority and the power of the
I really
state
do. I think it's just
were
random,
constructed.
honestly. I think it makes it
As
less
societies became more
random
centralized
or less
and
terrible.
these
It's still
institutions
fucking
grew
terrible.
in power and wealth,
The
the
word
demand
consistent
for
should not be
incense
put with
would
it.
only
But then again, I'm
increase.
probably doing it all wrong. Like 100%.
As the 2nd and 1st centuries BC passed by, the Nabatean people found themselves at the very heart of this crucial industry.
Terrible line.
Camels would
McDonald's.
soon lumber across the Nabatean roads with boxes of frankincense and myrrh from Oman, sacks of spices from India, and bolts of cloth from Syria, as well as sugar and ivory from Africa. And all of this would pass through a city that sat at the crossroads of multiple trade routes.
Be happy, oh, that's funny.
A place that would come
Happy
to
Meal?
hold a semi-mythical reputation around
That's
the
funny.
known world. To the Nabateans, this city was known as Raqqa. But to the people of the wider world, it would come to be known by the Greek word for rock, the element from which it was carved. This was the city of Petra. The site of Petra has been inhabited for at least the last 7,000 years, and this is partly due to its interesting geology. A freshwater spring rises from the ground here, known as Musa's Spring, and it's held in traditional beliefs to be the place where the biblical figure Moses once struck a rock with his staff and caused water to gush from the desert stones. And the appearance of a spring of water in this arid desert really must have seemed miraculous to the early peoples who settled here. As rainwaters permeate through these porous sand
So that photo
they
behind the
gather in
chat, that photo of that, like,
pools, and
looks
these
like a dark
waters
elf,
slowly leach out of the rocks along the paths of least
is
resistance.
generated by AI. Can you
This
believe it?
means that the very stones of
You-
Petra's
can you-
landscape
How
act
about
as
when
enormous
AI has greater imagination than the
slowly
human
releasing their
mind?
stores of water
Obviously,
through
it's
the
based on
long,
the
dry
Daedric
months
armor
of
from
the Arabian
Morrowind,
summer.
but man, like,
Over millions of years,
it's insane.
these spring waters, along with the brief but heavy winter rains,
So not only is AI like better, it's also more creative.
so that a narrow ravine known as a seeker
Use AI
wound
generator,
its way
nice.
through the solid stone.
Yeah, I think this one I searched something
this
Morrowind.
was a perfectly
Something
enclosed
Morrowind.
area,
Armor and
sheltered
Morrowind
by
or something,
high
like high
cliffs from the
quality in a
desert
game
wind
like that. It
and
was insane.
sands,
It was like, it's so
and with a
ridiculous.
constant supply of fresh water. The 1st century Roman author and naturalist Pliny the Elder gives one
Yeah,
early
buddy.
account of the city.
The painting
in his
generated
work,
like
Natural
wow, that's
History.
crazy. Like Bob Ross. That's crazy.
The Nabateans
I never tried the
inhabited a
painting
town
one.
named Petra.
I guess if you put it in like
Lies in a deep
style of Van Gogh or
valley,
something,
a little
or
less than 2
Picasso,
miles wide,
like
and
Goose,
surrounded
Goosey
by
posted
inaccessible
friggin'
mountains with a river flowing
a list
between
of like 30 plus
At Petra,
artists'
2
names,
roads meet.
styles.
Its
genres.
distance from the town of Gaza on the Mediterranean coast is 600 miles, and from the Persian Gulf is 635 miles.
This naturally occurring spring water was enough to support a small population. But as the city's importance grew and the trade caravans got larger, the strain on its supply must have grown and grown. To enhance the natural water systems of the region, the Nabateans began to build complex water control systems, cutting aqueducts into the sandstone of
Oh,
the
really?
mountains, and even building underground plumbing systems out of terracotta pipes to divert the water of several nearby springs.
Most of mine are like incredible.
directly
I'm
into
not
the
even
heart of the
trying to be
settlement.
like
And
bragging,
they also
but
learned techniques
I'm not
for
bragging, it's just
gathering
AI.
rainfall that they used
Like, they're
to
insane.
enormous effect. Although the climate of the region
I think it's
wasn't
because
quite
I
as arid
choose
2,000 years ago as it is
really
today, this
separate
landscape was
items.
still
Like for
desert.
example,
Rain in these
oh
parts came extremely
Hugging
rarely,
Face,
and the so-called
Stable
rainy
Diffusion.
season, around January, could consist of just 1 or 2 spells of rain in a year.
What I
In
do
the
is I
height of
search like
summer,
stuff that you can
rainfall stopped
piece
entirely.
apart.
And so the
Like for
Nabateans
example,
worked
one I did
tirelessly
was I
to
might
maximize
show the
the
results.
amount
It's
of
pretty
water
funny. I might switch this
gathered
one and
during
post a
these
different one when I
few
take a break.
rainy spells.
Like Joe Rogan and Alex
Rainwater
Jones
would
on
naturally
vacation
gather
in the Bahamas or
depressions
something.
and hollows,
And so it's
and
like
for centuries,
there are
herdsmen have
separate
taken
entities that you can
advantage
put
of
into a
these natural
scene that's
pools.
already kind of there.
But
So
sandstone
like
is a
it was just
porous
perfect.
rock,
Like they just put
and
like
the
Alex
water
Jones
would
and
naturally drain away
Joe
over
Rogan
time.
like shirtless in the water in the
To
Bahamas.
fix this problem, the Nabateans worked to line these natural pools with hard stucco plaster.
Or like, do you remember
meaning
the Alex
that the
Jones
water
defending
would
off,
remain
fighting off
and
in the
could be
alien
used
invasion?
long into the
That
season
one was
of
pretty
drought.
good.
They built large dams across the valleys to gather rainwater into reservoirs, and also reduce the flooding that occurred each year.
And put words
as
like high
rainwater
def,
followed the
1080p or
well-worn
4K,
canals that had
high
cut for
resolution,
millions
super
of years
detailed.
through the
LOL.
red
Yeah,
rock of the
they're pretty
valleys.
funny, man. I got them. I think I had them. I think I had it
The
last. I think you saw
Nabateans'
that one.
expert control of scarce water resources meant that Petra was
Yeah,
able
a lot
to
of
grow
Alex Jones
to
already see. Yeah,
eventually
really.
house as many as
And like the previous one
20,000
was like
permanent residents.
David Attenborough
And to
reading
support
bedtime
the constant
stories
arrival
to a
of
hedgehog.
large trading caravans,
And
many of them made
I
up
think
of
you remember that
hundreds
one.
of people and camels arriving thirsty from the long desert roads. And soon the water
Oh, this is
was
the run.
even
This is the run.
abundant
I'm not even
enough that it
memeing my
could be
friends.
used
This
for
is
more
such a good start. Come on,
luxurious
baby.
purposes.
Come
The
on.
citizens of Petra would soon be
Come on.
able to bathe, make wine,
This is it.
cultivate fruit, and stroll through their streets in the shade of palm
I'm
trees.
telling you, this is it.
Archaeology
Please.
shows that Petra was not just
not
a
it.
city of tombs.
It's a lie.
In its time of flourishing,
It's
it
all
was
for naught.
sprawling with lush gardens
It's all
and
moot.
pleasant fountains, enormous temples, and luxurious villas. The Roman writer Strabo gives
Autistic
some
boy gets
glimpse
damn
of this.
Oh no. Oh
The
no.
metropolis of the
Is it a
Nabateans
photo of
was
me?
Petra,
Is
as
it just an image of me?
for it lies on a site which is
Oh, damn
otherwise
52, no,
smooth
it's
and
not it.
level, but it is fortified all around by a rock,
LOL.
the outside parts of the site being precipitous and sheer, and the inside parts
Yeah, the
having
face.
springs in
So
abundance.
the AI, it doesn't
Domestic
make that
purposes
good
and
random
watering
faces, but if you put the name of a
Outside the
face, like
circle the
of
rock, most
someone,
of the territory is desert, in particular
it'll
towards
be
Judea.
good. You know what I mean?
And some of the Nabateans'
Put like Michael Jackson or
own
something gets damn
inscriptions
52.
clearly reference gardens existing within the city. The following inscription,
Things that you can really
tomb
just
at
piece
Petra,
together.
illustrates
That's what
some
really has
of
worked
the
for me. Just
flourishing plant
separate
life that once
entities
stood here,
they can put into a
and which
scene.
may have belonged to a temple. And its description stands in stark contrast
And
to the
the more
barren
details,
sand and stones that today
usually
stretch
the
out
more
around
it's
it.
in your mind, how it'll be in your mind.
This tomb and the large burial chamber within it,
Carl
and the
Calipix.
small burial chamber beyond it, the enclosure in front of them, and the porticos
That's
and the
an interesting
rooms
point,
within it,
anomaly.
and the gardens and pleasure garden, and the walls of water, and the
You could try like a
cisterns and
meme.
walls, and all the rest of the property, which in these places are sacred and dedicated to Dusharat,
Yorkdale, wow.
the god of our Lord.
Yorkdale's
his
crazy in
sacred
freaking
throne,
Christmas time,
and all
man.
the
You're
gods.
brave, homie. You're brave,
Outside
man.
the city, in the surrounding countryside, water control was even more crucial.
I was there with my dad not too long
Even
ago.
with enough water, the Nabateans still needed to eat. And to do so, they would employ a unique style of farming that
Yeah, really.
maximized the potential of the difficult terrain. They would contour a large area of the land, digging it out into a shallow funnel, sloping down to a single point. And at this point, they would plant a single fruit tree. When the rains came, the water would drain down to this central point, and the tree could survive. To plant an orchard of trees using this method, you need about 50 times the normal space, but it was an effective technique. And out here in the desert, one thing the Nabateans had no shortage of was space. The Nabateans also used their expertise at water control to enormous strategic advantage. Diodorus of Sicily recounts how they built a system of secret, hidden reservoirs across the desert, meaning that only they could take advantage of them, ensuring that no competitors could move in on lucrative trade routes. And in times of war, their secret reservoirs also gave them an advantage against their enemies, as Diodorus
Bit
records.
wide. Too wide. Too wide.
They are exceptionally fond of freedom.
Too wide.
And whenever a strong force of enemies comes
Bad
near,
stairs too,
they
it's not
take
it.
refuge in the
If it was an
desert,
amazing stairs, it
using
might have
this
been
as a
it, but the
fortress,
stairs are terrible.
For it lacks water and
That's really
cannot
too
be
bad.
crossed by others, but to them alone. Since they
Wow,
have prepared
55.
subterranean reservoirs lined with stucco, the mouths of which they make very small.
The gate was
After
good.
filling these reservoirs with rainwater, they close the openings, making them even with the rest of the ground, and they leave signs that are known to
I think I bumped at the
but
start.
are unrecognizable by others.
Pretty bad.
They water their cattle every other day, so that if they flee through waterless places, they may not need a continuous supply of water.
But despite the immense difficulties of maintaining this city, its position meant it was all worth it. That's because Petra
Try to cheat
sat
there a little
at
bit.
the center of a spider's web of trade routes, spreading off in every direction. To the east, desert roads led to the port towns of Basra and Dhahran in the Persian Gulf, where spices from East Asia, like cinnamon, ginger, nutmeg, and pepper flowed, as well as precious stones from India and fine silks from China.
Too wide.
From the south, frankincense and myrrh poured into Petra from the incense fields of Yemen and Oman. Petra connected the nearby Red Sea port of Aqaba with the Mediterranean port town of Gaza, connecting the markets of Eastern Africa with those of Europe. And on the road to the north lay the great cities of Damascus and Antioch. To the west, the roads led from Petra into Egypt,
Holy
where
shit,
tin
it's
was
so
in
fast.
constant demand, brought from
Like, it's
Afghanistan,
so fast, that
along
boost.
with the brilliant blue stone lapis lazuli. The black volcanic glass obsidian was brought from Abyssinia. Perfumes
Oh
and
shit, that I didn't mean to do that at
as
all.
well as cosmetic powders and eyeshadows flowed north to Greece, stored in containers carved from giant clamshells harvested
Whoops.
in the Red Sea. The tarry substance bitumen was farmed from the Dead Sea and brought south to Egypt to help in the embalming process for mummies and to waterproof the hulls of ships. The Nabateans was so
That's funny.
crucial to the transferring of all of these goods.
So I
by
think 4
land
bullets
and
pulls it up?
sea,
Really? I
that they
thought it
were
was
able
5.
to charge a tax
Maybe I shot
equal to a
5.
full quarter of all the goods that passed through their lands. As a result, the Nabateans would soon grow fabulously, even absurdly wealthy. But soon others would start to look with jealous eyes to the fortune they had made.
This is it. This is the run.
Nabateans were not
This is
a
it. Can I
warrior
clutch it?
people, and it seems that they preferred, wherever possible, not to fight. But they were more than capable of defending themselves when attacked, as one colourful episode from their history shows. The society of the Nabateans rose into a world that still bore the marks of one of history's most dramatic reshufflings of power. Towards the end of the 4th century BC, the 20-year-old King Alexander of the mountainous kingdom of Macedon in northern Greece had embarked on a 10-year campaign that would see him topple the Persian Empire and sweep eastwards to capture vast swathes of territory throughout Central Asia, even invading India. Alexander died in the year 323 BC in the city of Babylon, and his empire immediately disintegrated. He left in his wake a series of large Greek kingdoms stretching from Pakistan to Egypt.
Wow, I didn't know Alexander the Great passed away in Babylon. That's crazy.
Over who would rule the remnants of the empire. One of these kingdoms was ruled by a king Antigonus, who had been a general under Alexander and who had served him as governor of much of the Middle East. Antigonus had lost an eye after apparently being struck by shrapnel from a splintering catapult bolt while serving under Alexander's father, and so he has gone down in history by the name Antigonus Monoophthalmos, or Antigonus the One-Eyed. Antigonus was also monomaniacal. He soon embarked on a determined campaign to reunite Alexander's great empire and rule over it himself. He quickly swept through Syria, taking the lands of his rivals, and conquered down the Mediterranean coast. Eventually,
I'm take a little break after this. Use the washroom. Change the AI photo.
is an expensive business, and
Yeah, I'm gonna
as
do that
with
right now.
most war hunters, Antigonus was permanently short of money. Soon, he began to look hungrily to the south, and dreamed of seizing the fabled wealth of Petra for himself. In the year 312 BC, he ordered one of his generals, a man named Athenius, to march into the desert and seize as much as he could of the wealth of these Nabatean traders. The disciplined and battle-hardened phalanxes of Antigonus were among the best soldiers in the world, some having served under Alexander himself, and these crack troops don't seem to have expected much of a challenge. Athenius marched out into the desert from Judea with an army made up of 4,000 foot soldiers, armed with long pikes, and 600 horsemen, as Diodorus of Sicily recounts.
Deciding that this people was hostile to his interests, he selected one of his friends, Athenius, and gave him 4,000 light foot soldiers and 600 horsemen fitted for speed, and ordered him to set upon the barbarians suddenly and cut off all their cattle as plunder.
It took Athenius and his soldiers 3 days to travel the 160 kilometers across the desert, but soon they came into view of the legendary stone city. Athenius ordered his men to prepare for a nighttime attack. We can imagine the sight of the Greek army waiting and watching. as the shadows stretched long over the rosy stones of the city, and the sun set in a purply haze over the Jordanian desert. When night fell, the soldiers stormed into the city. They found it almost completely undefended.
Oh, yeah.
There seems to
I
have
think
been no
I think this one I
garrison
wrote
guarding
Majin
the city,
Buu, or I wrote Trump as
and
Majin
Nabatean men were
Buu from
away on business.
Dragon Ball.
What followed was a frenzy of looting, and here we can get a sense for the vast wealth that had been amassed in this city. Athenius and his men loaded themselves with as much frankincense and myrrh as their animals could carry, and reportedly made away with nearly 14 tons of silver. Not content with that, they also rounded up all of the women and children they could and abducted them, with the intention of selling them as slaves, as Diodorus recalls.
Of those that were caught there, some he slew at once, some he took as prisoners.
Yo, this one,
others who
I
were
put
wounded,
Trudeau
high.
being attacked
The
by cliff
frankincense
racers in
and myrrh
Morrowind.
gathered together a large part, and about 500 talents of silver.
The Greeks, hardly believing how easy it had been, marched off with their slaves and loot as fast as they could, and made their way back along the road to safety. Weighed down with treasure and prisoners, and with their horses no doubt struggling in the desert landscape, they travelled about 36 kilometers from Petra, and thought that there would be safe to make camp. But they had not reckoned on the camel-powered armies of the Nabateans. Only a few hours after Athenius and his soldiers had left Petra, the first Nabatean men began to return to the city. Finding its houses and temples looted, and their wives and children gone, they heard about the Greek attack from wounded survivors, and began an immediate pursuit. They sent out riders, and gathered more men from every village they passed through, until the Nabatean force had swollen to a horde of 8,000 camel riders. They loped across the desert with exceptional speed, easily outpacing the Greek horses, and caught up to Athenius' camp by nightfall.
While
That's
the men
the
of
David
Athenians
Attenborough
were
reading to
encamped on the
Bedtime
floor,
Stories to a Hedgehog.
because of their weariness, were in deep sleep. Some of their prisoners escaped secretly, and the Nabateans, learning from them the
I
condition
think this
of
is.
the enemy
I think I
attacked,
wrote Maxime
about a
Bernier
third
versus Trudeau in
no
Morrowind, and
less
this was.
than
That's
8,000 in number.
I know, right? Like, look, that's
Under
like better
cover
than
of darkness,
Avatar, man. Like,
the
it's
enraged
insane, dude.
Nabateans swept into the Greek camp and slaughtered everyone they could find.
Yeah, I got some really good results.
Most of the hostile troops they slaughtered
Like,
with
very
their lead.
specific.
The rest they slew with their javelins as they awoke and sprang to arms. In the end, all the foot soldiers were slain. But of the horsemen, about 50 escaped, and of these the larger part were wounded. When the Nabateans had manfully punished the enemy, they themselves returned to the rock with the property that they had recovered.
Every single Greek foot soldier was killed, and only about 50 of the Greek cavalry were able to flee the scene and trickle back across the desert. For the Greeks, this was an incredible humiliation. But it's clear the Nabateans had no interest in fighting a war. They sent a message to King Antigonus in Aramaic,
Yeah, this face is
the common
amazing.
language of the ancient Middle East, explaining why they had wiped out his army, and asking for no further aggression against them. The embarrassed Greek king.
So
clearly
this is
tried
Alex,
his best
this is
to
Alex
save
Jones in
face.
Morrowind.
To Antigonus they wrote a letter in Syrian characters, in which they accused Athenius and vindicated themselves. Antigonus
Looks like he's
replied
in
to them,
Balmora.
agreeing that they had been justified in defending themselves. But he found fault with Athenius, saying that he made the attack contrary to the instructions he had been given. He did this, hiding his own intentions and desiring to delude the barbarians into a sense of security. The Arabs were highly pleased because they seemed to have been relieved of great fears, yet they did not altogether trust the words of Antigonus. Regarding their prospects as uncertain, they placed watchmen.
Yeah, so I think this is Alex Jones as Bond.
From a great distance, the passes into Arabia.
This final act of caution seems to have been completely justified. In fact, King Antigonus had no intention of maintaining the peace, or accepting defeat at the hands of a people he considered to be barbarians. He ordered his son, Demetrius, to march back into the Nabatean lands and accomplish what Athenius could not. This time with another 4,000 foot soldiers and a much larger force of 4,000 cavalry. But Demetrius would not have much more success. The watchman that the Nabateans had placed along their borders quickly spotted the advancing Greeks and lit
that was the previous one. I think I wrote literally Justin Trudeau in Morrowind, and that's like they literally just put Justin Trudeau in Morrowind. Jones, Alex Jones, yeah, man.
And took all of their precious goods, women and children with them. They all fled to a stony fortress, possibly a flat-topped mountain named al-Biyada, the tallest point around the city of Petra.
Demetrius, on arriving at the rock and finding
I put Justin Trudeau in front of grocery store food prices.
Those within resisted stoutly and easily had the upper hand because of the height of the place.
Oh my god.
And so on this day, after he had continued the struggle until evening, he recalled his soldiers by a trumpet call.
The Greek general Demetrius was clearly frustrated. The single, narrow approach up to the mountain stronghold made a direct attack on it virtually impossible. And it's clear that at least someone among the Nabateans had a gift with words. As Demetrius approached the next day for a fresh round of assaults, someone called down from the walls with the following impassioned plea, which Diodorus of Sicily recounts.
On the next day, however, when he had advanced upon the rock, one of the barbarians called to him, saying, "King Demetrius, with what desire or under what compulsion do you war against us who live in the desert and in a land that has neither water, nor grain, nor wine, nor any other thing whatever of those that pertain to the necessities of life among you? For we, since we are in no way willing to be slaves, have all taken refuge in a land that lacks all the things that are valued among other people.
This one is Goose,
and have chosen to live
R.Y.
life
Goose,
in the desert,
sharing a fireside
you
chat
not at
in
all.
by the fire in his
Therefore
cabin.
beg both you and your father to do us no injury, but after receiving gifts from us, to withdraw your army and henceforth regard the Nabateans as your friends. For neither can you, if you wish, remain here many days, since you lack water and all other necessary supplies, nor
Thanks,
can you
man.
force us
Oh
to
my God,
live
look at
a
this.
different life.
Look at this. Looks like Trudeau's about to get offed, man. Look at that.
Here we can see the Nabateans deploying both of their great strengths. Their strategic control of the water, secreted away in hidden
God, man.
reservoirs,
So many
meant
of
that
these.
any protracted siege of the
I have
city
so
was
many.
impossible. And their enormous wealth often meant that they could simply pay off their enemies. Demetrius must have sensed that the siege was hopeless. He agreed to accept a payment from the Nabateans and marched back to his lands. Not exactly victorious,
Check out this one.
but at least
This
a
one I
good
might
deal
keep
richer.
as the final one. Okay,
His
I'll do
father,
Trudeau again.
King Antigonus, seems to have been quite angry at
Morrowind.
his son's decision. As
What was that,
Diodorus
Hillary?
relates.
Yeah, that was Hillary Clinton. I wrote
Antigonus, when
I wrote Donald
Demetrius
Trump
returned
versus
and
Hillary
made a
Clinton
detailed report of
in
what he had
Morrowind or
done,
something.
rebuked him for the treaty with the Nabateans.
The Trump
saying
one's
that
better.
he had made the barbarians much
You quote the
bolder by
Trump.
leaving them unpunished, since it would seem to them that they had gained pardon not through his kindness, but through his inability to overcome them.
This episode gives us a marvelous glimpse of the unique survival strategy that the Nabateans employed, and shows how they built an empire.
That's so badass. Isn't that like the most badass thing you've ever seen?
Trickle of fresh water from
Look how
desert
epic!
rocks,
Like, would you even
and
think to
the
put
endless
like
clinking of
looks
silver
like animal
pieces
hair on his
moving across
armor or
the
something? Like, it's
desert
crazy. The
hand
blue and the
to hand.
gold and like the ears is perfect.
In telling the story of the Nabateans, there will be one voice conspicuously missing, and that is the voice of the Nabateans themselves. As far as we can tell, the Nabateans had a good level of literacy, and it seems even common people could
Oh yeah,
read
this
and write
dude, this
some
is friggin'
text.
CGI.
The
Can you believe
Nabatean
it? Isn't that
script
crazy?
is a kind of late Aramaic, ultimately derived from what's called Imperial
I think it's
Aramaic.
like Joe
which was
Rogan
used
and
by the Persian
Alex Jones
Empire.
swimming in like
We
Ocean
have
Paradise.
evidence of graffiti written on stones all over the Jordanian desert, some apparently left by shepherds who were capable of writing at least their own names, and some short inscriptions. But despite this apparently widespread literacy, no histories or accounts actually written by Nabateans have survived. We may never know the reasons for this. It's possible that the tribal roots of Nabatean society meant that they had inherited a caste of oral historians and storytellers whose job it was to memorize their histories and recite them, and that while these storytellers were alive, it simply never seemed necessary to write those histories down. It's possible that oral historians of this kind may even have jealously guarded their histories, even forbidden them from being written down, in order to preserve their own importance and status. But all of this is speculation, and for the most part, all the Nabateans have left us on this matter is silence. The almost complete lack of Nabatean sources means that to tell their story, we are left searching through the written records of other societies, looking for any mention. These mentions are often brief and fragmentary, and form instantaneous flashbulb moments in which the Nabateans appear suddenly.
I think I did
and
Joe
then
Rogan in
disappear
Morrowind.
into darkness.
Again.
About 50 years after the incident with Antigonus the One-Eyed and his two failed invasions of Nabatea, we get a colourful account from the papyrus archives of an Egyptian politician named Zenon, a right-hand man to the minister
No,
of
I don't think it's
finance
mine. I think I
in
see it
Ptolemaic Egypt, around 259 BC. One papyrus gives the account of a chariot driver who had seen two of his colleagues have an uncomfortable run-in with a group of Nabateans. These two Greek chariot drivers had apparently been moonlighting as human traffickers, transporting slave girls and selling them in the cities they visited.
Memorandum to Zenon from Heraclides the charioteer, regarding what was done by Drimilus and Dionysus to the slave girl, abusing her and handing her over to a border guard. Returning from there, he encountered the Nabateans, and when there was a shout of protest, he was put under guard and placed in shackles for 7 days. Concerning further details, if you question me, you will learn the entire truth.
This remarkable and enigmatic entry leaves us with a lot of questions, but it shows that the Nabateans were already familiar.
Alright, I think I'm gonna
figures
get the
right
two
across
Alex
the
Jones. I'm
Middle
gonna use the
East.
washroom and take a break.
It's not
I'll
clear
take a
what
break, but I'll
caused
be
the
back in a minute.
Nabateans to utter their shout of protest and imprison these men. Perhaps it was some personal insult or a dispute over trade, but some historians have wondered whether it shows that the Nabateans were offended by the men's treatment of the women in their captivity
Oh, this
and
one's pretty
decided
cool.
to dole out some justice of their own. Nabatean
So that's
culture
completely
seems to
CGI. I
have
think I
held
wrote
women in
Wolverine or
high
something.
regard, with
That's
queens
crazy.
appearing alongside kings on certain coins, and with tomb inscriptions describing women acting as the heads of households. And so it's not far-fetched to imagine that the Greeks' treatment of these women may have offended the Nabateans' cultural sensibilities. Another tantalizing flashbulb comes from the records of the Roman Jewish historian Flavius Josephus in his account of the Jewish Maccabee revolt against the
Oh yeah,
Seleucid
that's
Empire
CGI too.
nearly 100 years later. The revolt was led by a Jewish priest named Judas Maccabeus, and at one point he and his brother Jonathan fled from Seleucid forces across the river Jordan. At this point, Josephus recounts how the brothers and their rebel forces ran into a group of Nabateans. These Nabateans met them on friendly terms, and even warned them about
All right.
atrocities
This
the
has got to be the
Seleucids had
photo.
been committing in a nearby Jewish settlement.
Now, as for Judas Maccabeus and his brother Jonathan, they passed over the river Jordan, and when they had gone 3 days' journey, they lighted upon the Nabateans, who came to meet them peaceably, and who told them how the affairs of those in the land of Gilead stood, and how many of them were in distress, and driven into garrisons, and into the cities of Galilee, and exhorted him to make haste, to go against the foreigners, and to endeavour to save his own countrymen out of their hands. To this exhortation Judas hearkened, and returned to the wilderness, and in the first place fell upon the inhabitants of Bosor, and took the city.
Again, this fragmentary glimpse is fascinating but frustrating. The Nabateans seem to have had a long-standing, friendly relationship with the Judean people, and were apparently supportive of their rebellion. It's possible that the
armor is
Nabateans,
so
clearly
cool.
valuing their own independence, viewed the Judean struggle for freedom with a great deal of sympathy. But no doubt they also enjoyed the opportunity to cause trouble for the Seleucid Empire, their powerful rivals to the north. An inscription at the archaeological site of Haluza in the Negev desert contains the first mention of the name of a king of Nabatea. This inscription, written in a very early form of Nabatean, says only the following.
This is the place which Netairu made for the life of King Aretas, king of the Nabateans.
This King Aretas was the first king of Nabatea that we can definitively put a name to, and it's clear that by this time Nabatea was not just a tribal confederacy, but actually a kingdom. Half a century later, by the year 129 BC, we get another flashbulb, showing that Petra was now recognized as a major regional capital. One inscription from a Greek ambassador named Moschio, son of Kidimos, came from the city of Priena in modern-day Turkey. It recounts how Moschyon traveled on diplomatic missions around the region, and mentions two cities in the same breath: the great city of Alexandria in Egypt and the city of Petra.
He acted as an envoy on behalf of the people on many occasions, both to kings and to cities, and he performed all these embassies to the advantage of the people. The previous embassies he performed as a free gift, but when he was sent by his fatherland on official business to King Ptolemaeus in Alexandria and to Petra in Arabia, he stayed there for a longer time than had been anticipated by the people.
It's clear that by this time, the tribal peoples of Nabatea had grown into a true regional power and gained the respect of their neighbors. They now directly controlled territory across the Arabian Peninsula, into the Negev desert and across Palestine, but their zone of influence stretched even further. Their caravans arrived in countless cities laden with goods, and crossed the seas to trade with faraway lands. And as the power of the Nabateans grew, so did the magnificence of their stony capital. Petra was now a hive of construction, with its people carving temples and tombs directly imitating the architectural styles of their powerful Greek neighbors. And it's around this time, during the 1st century BC, that the people of Petra would construct the most impressive monument from their unique culture of sandstone carving. That's the enormous edifice known today as the Gyges, or the Great Treasury. The towering construction, known as the Gyges, is today one of the most famous buildings in the world. It's thought to have been the mausoleum of a Nabatean king, possibly Aretas II, Obodas III, or his successor, Aretas IV. But no inscriptions stand beside this enormous carving to explain its purpose or who built it. Today, the Gyges stands as a silent testimony to the golden age of the Nabatean kingdom, and it seems at every point to have been designed for maximum impact on those who saw it. Ancient visitors to Petra would walk along the narrow gully of the Seek, winding through the towering walls of sandstone, and finally emerge into this spectacle of sheer visual drama. The towering colonnades and galleries of the facade, a sight that still has its intended impact on modern tourists to this day, more than 2 millennia after its designers walked the earth. At the time it was built, the ground level beneath the Gyges was about 4 meters lower than it is today, and a steep staircase led up to its pillared doorway. The design of the Gyges marries the Nabatean art of stone carving with Greek architectural styles, depicting Nabatean gods alongside Greek deities like Tyche, god of fortune and cities, and Egyptian gods like Isis. It's clear that in this hybrid style, the people of Petra were laying claim to a status equal to the Greek empires that surrounded them, and marking their city as one of the great metropolises of the world. The monument was carved using iron pickaxes and chisels, and today you can still see the marks left by the scaffolding of the workers who toiled through endless hours and dangerous conditions to bring its perfect proportions into existence. When the Gyges was built, it would have been remarkable to the citizens of Petra, who had never seen anything like it in their city. But in the coming century, the building would act as a model for several more monuments. Among these are the stone facades known as the monastery, and another named the Corinthian tomb. But both of these monuments are smaller, less ambitious, and less beautifully proportioned than the towering facade of the Gyges. Thanks to visitors who passed through in the coming centuries, we do know a great amount about what the average citizen of Petra would have experienced in their everyday life. The 1st century Greek writer and geographer Strabo recounts the foods enjoyed by the Nabateans.
Most of the country is well supplied with fruits except the olive. They use sesame oil instead. The sheep are white fleeced and the oxen are large, but the country produces no horses. Camels afford the service they require instead of horses.
We can also find a reference to a particular kind of fermented bread known as khubz al-ma al-nabati, or Nabatean water bread, in a 10th century cookbook by Ibn Sayyar al-Waraq.
Take 7.5 pounds of good quality samid flour and sift it in a big wooden bowl. Mix it with 3 ounces yeast and add 3 ounces salt that has been dissolved in water and strained. Knead the mixture into a very firm dough, as firm as stone, and press it well. Cover the dough and let it ferment. With the help of some oil of whole sesame seeds, divide the dough into portions. Light the tanur and wait until the fire starts to smoulder gently. Rub each portion of the dough with 2 dirhams sesame oil or olive oil. Then, flatten it by hand and stick it to the inside of a smouldering oven.
It's likely that the Nabateans would have done their baking early in the morning, before the heat of the day would make lighting a fire unbearable. We can imagine the smoke of these fires drifting through the shaded gullies of the city in the cool desert mornings, the smells of baking bread, yeast and sizzling sesame oil filling the air. According to sources of the time, walking the streets of Petra would have been a colourful experience. The writer Strabo recounts the many coloured clothes of the city's inhabitants and the many smells that would have wafted through the streets.
They go without tunics, with girdles around their loins, and with slippers on their feet. Even the kings, though in their case the colour is purple. Some things are imported wholly from other countries, but others not altogether so, especially in the case of those that are native products, as, for example, gold and silver and most of the aromatics, whereas brass and iron, as also purple guard, styrene, crocus, castaria, embossed works, paintings, and moulded works are not produced in their country.
Nabatean religion revolved mostly around the worship of a god named Dushara, a kind of father god like the Greek Zeus, who was responsible for justice and seems to have been associated with the sun. He was often represented by simple, square-shaped blocks of stone. Nabateans would apparently offer animal sacrifices to Dushara and would give him offerings in the form of Petra's most abundant trade commodity, incense.
They worship the sun, building an altar on top of the house and pouring libations on it daily and burning frankincense.
No doubt the temples of Petra would have sent great clouds of frankincense, myrrh, and other aromatics, wafting out into its streets, to mix with the smells of camels and goats, cooking food, and smouldering charcoal ovens. Many of the peoples of Nabatea were still transient, traveling constantly all year round, from trade post to trade post. But in order to maintain a sense of community, it seems they did all
Imagine being like an animal and just smelling terrible.
Can
you imagine that? That'd be the worst.
And part feast, where the disparate tribes of the Nabateans would come together to exchange goods, talk, tell stories, and of course drink wine. Strabo describes the sights of one of these Nabatean celebrations, and he's struck by the noticeable lack of slavery in the city, something that would have been remarkable to someone who lived in the Roman Empire.
But when the time draws near for the national gathering at which those who dwell round about are accustomed to meet, they travel to this meeting, leaving on a certain rock their possessions and their old men, also their women and their children. Since they have but few slaves, they are served by their kinsfolk for the most part, or by one another, or by themselves, so that the custom extends even to their king. They prepare common meals together in groups of 13 persons, and they have 2 girl singers for each banquet. The king holds many drinking bouts in magnificent style, but no one drinks more than 11 cupfuls, each time using a different golden cup. The king is so democratic that, in addition to serving himself, he sometimes even serves the rest himself in his turn.
The fact that we have to largely rely on the accounts of others when recreating the daily lives of the Nabateans is frustrating for any scholar of the period. But in fact, the Nabateans did leave behind one great body of literature. That's the inscriptions carved into the stones of their great tombs, in their own distinctive script. Many of the most complete of these can be found at the site of Hegra, now in the northwest of modern Saudi Arabia. Hegra was founded by the Nabatean king Aretas IV in the final years of the 1st century BC, and he named it the kingdom's second capital. In some ways, its carved tombs are more dramatic and impressive than those at Petra, since they can be seen from great distances, looming on the horizon of the flat desert plain. The most famous of these is known in Arabic as Qasr al-Farid, or the Lonely Castle. It is as finely carved as anything found at Petra, and it forms a particularly haunting monument to the city that once stood, now buried beneath the sands. The tomb inscriptions of Hegra are remarkable texts. Many of them are extremely weathered, since they have been exposed to the desert winds for more than 2,000 years. But many are also perfectly clear and legible. These tomb inscriptions often contain warnings of curses from the gods that would land upon any tomb robbers, but they were also binding legal documents, ensuring that the tomb remained the property of a single family down the generations, with infractions punishable by fines. This inscription from one Hegra tomb is a prime example of this hybrid form.
This is the tomb and platform and enclosure from which Hoshabu, son of Nafiu, son of Al-Kuf the Temanite, made for himself and his children, and Habu, his mother, and Ruth, and Afti, his sisters and their children. Inviolable according to the nature of inviolability among the Nabateans and Salameans forever, and made the Shara curse anybody who buries in this tomb anyone except those inscribed above, or sells it, or buys it, or gives it in pledge, or leases it, or makes a gift of it, or disposes of it. And whoever does other than what is written above shall be liable to be God to Shara for the full price of 1,000 sellers, and to our Lord King Haratet for the same amount. In the month of Shibat, the 13th year of Haratat, king of the Nabateans,
thanks, Dick. What's up, man? Thanks, buddy. How's Yorkdale treating you, man? Thanks for tuning in while being in Yorkdale, my man.
Tomb, the niches are marked with a shorter
It's a fancy place.
These are the two burial niches of Hoshabu, son of Nafiu, and Abdalga and Habu, his children.
Maybe less people are there because it's just more expensive mall. Maybe. I don't know though, there's a lot of rich people in Toronto.
These tomb inscriptions all more or less follow this format. And while they are limited in what they can teach us, they do take on a remarkable significance, and even poignancy, when we consider that these are the only texts left behind actually written by Nabateans. Theirs is a culture whose only surviving testament is their tombstones.
Honestly, ironically, the best store at Yorkdale might be like the Bay.
We learn about the names
because it's probably the least expensive and they might have like sales and stuff.
We can hear Nabatean names, and sometimes we can recreate their family trees, their wives and sisters and children.
Terrible.
We can hear hints of a society in which the temple and the king both held some kind of independent authority, and where a complex legal system was enforced with laws and fines.
Much better ending.
In some of these inscriptions, credit is even given to the masons who carved the tomb, giving some hint as to the importance that these artists held in this city of stone.
Damn it, I thought it was it.
In the month of Nisan, the 36th year of Haratat, king of the Nabateans, love of his people, Afda, son of Abdo-Bodat, and Wabu, son of Afsa, and Huru, the masons, made this tomb.
Since the professions of the people buried in the tombs are usually listed, we also get a wonderful account of the variety of ways that a Nabatean could make their living in the cities of Hegra and Petra.
Malkian, the omen diviner.
Sule, the governor.
Adu, the prefect.
Manotu, the exorcist priest.
Kalan, the physician.
Sadalahi, the centurion.
All of these people lived full lives in the streets and markets and houses of these cities. They had friends, families, lovers, secrets and dreams. And now all that is left are the faded inscriptions in stone, slowly disappearing under the desert winds and rain.
Dick, we're learning about the Nabateans, man.
Despite their centuries of domination of trade in this region, the Nabateans would eventually encounter an enemy that could neither
How
be
they trade
defeated
myrrh and
nor
frankincense.
fought. That
How
was
that's they like built their
imperial
empire
power
on myrrh and
based
frankincense
on a
and
peninsula
helping
far off
the
central
people cross the
Mediterranean
Arabian
that would
desert.
soon expand to its most enormous height, encompassing the
Probably
entire
descendants of
Mediterranean Sea
Babylon, of the
and
Sumerians,
lands
probably,
of
maybe.
Arabia beyond.
Unless they were like
That
Levantine,
was the power of Rome.
as you taught me, the Levant, or Phoenician. But I think they're like Turkish or Persian, or origin, you know?
By the end of the 1st century BC, the Roman Republic had given way to the Roman Empire, a confident, expanding military power. By this time, Rome had conquered Judea and installed a tyrannical puppet king, Herod the Great, to rule it as a colony. In 30 BC, Rome also conquered the Greek kingdom of Ptolemaic
Shoot me.
Egypt and brought Roman legions to the banks of the Nile. And then, like so many empires before them, the Romans began to look hungrily east, to the rich lands of Nabatea and the incense fields of Arabia. Rome was an enormous consumer of incense. Roman temples burned frankincense and myrrh as part of their ritual, and with the rapid growth of the empire, these temples would now stretch across all of Europe, from Tunisia to Scotland, from Morocco to Mesopotamia. At the height of its trade, it's estimated that each year, well
What's
over
Semitic?
1 million
Jewish?
kilograms of frankincense was imported into the Roman Empire. Considering the exorbitant 25% tax that the Nabateans
I do wonder
charged on this,
how
it's no
Jewish I
wonder
am.
that the Romans
I'm not even
soon
memeing.
began to consider ways of cutting out the middleman. and
So like
taking
Lebanon,
charge
like
of
I'm
the
sure
incense
there's
trade themselves.
like
In the
I'm
year
sure there's
26 BC,
definitely
the
been
new
crossing
Roman
of
Emperor Augustus
societies and people
sent one of his prefects, who had
between
been stationed
Israel and
in
Lebanon,
Egypt, to explore
Jerusalem
the
at
south
least.
of Arabia, accompanied with a small expeditionary force.
Imagine
and
find
to
out I'm like
establish new
50%
direct
Jewish. Can you
trade
imagine?
routes with the people who lived
That'd be
there.
epic.
This man's name was Aelius Gallus.
I don't think Jewish is a fucking genetic lineage, so there might be some markers. Or Semitic. Oh, and Arabs? Really? Wow, I didn't know that. They already come from the same people? Ooh.
Aelius Gallus
Controversial
received
take there,
the
Dick.
practice of winning the Arabians over to
Just
himself,
joking. I agree, though. I agree
or
with you,
of
bro.
subjugating them.
I agree.
Another consideration
Wow, it
was
was still
which
54?
had prevailed
Wow.
from all time, that they were very wealthy.
It's a pretty
and
bad
that they
line at
sold
the end.
aromatics and the most valuable stones for gold and silver, but never expended with outsiders any part of what they received in exchange. For he expected either to deal with wealthy friends or to master wealthy enemies.
Curiously,
How do you
the
know,
Nabateans
like, so much,
seemed
Dick? How do you know all this,
eager
man?
to help the Romans on their
I
expedition.
know you said
They even offered to
your
send
family
one
or
of
your
their
mother
own
studies like
people as a guide.
history, I think? Just like professor of
He was
history or something?
encouraged also by the expectation of assistance
Sorry, I don't
from
want
the
to dox you, but-
Nabateans, since they were friendly and promised to cooperate with him in
You're a fucking
every
smart
way.
cookie.
Considering that the Nabateans
Origin and branch
stood
out, yeah,
to
buddy.
lose a great deal if
I didn't
Gallus's
study any
expedition
history
was a
growing up. I
success.
think that's why I'm really
The
interested in it
Romans
right now.
should perhaps have been
I
more
studied just
suspicious
all
of these offers
physical
of help,
sciences, chemistry,
but apparently
biology.
They were not. The guide that the
Those are the main
Nabatean
ones:
king
chemistry, biology,
sent to
ecology.
help this Roman expedition
I
was a
don't know
man
anything about
named
human history at all.
Sileus, a cunning politician high up in the Nabatean establishment. Sileus faced an unenviable task. He had to appear to cooperate with the Roman expedition so as not to arouse the anger of the mighty empire. But the Nabatean king had made quite clear that the expedition must be a failure.
Yeah, man. Apparently,
Trapped between the Romans and his
a lot of
own king,
Lebanese, they like to
Sileus
think that
must
they're
have experienced
Phoenician.
sleepless nights as he guided the
P-H-O-E?
Roman army through the deserts of
N-I-C-I-A-N.
Arabia. Strabo recounts
sailors
how the mission
of the Mediterranean.
unfolded.
Gallus set out on the expedition, but he was deceived by the Nabatean administrator.
But I mean, honestly, I might
Sileus,
just be like a Jewish
who,
person.
although he had promised to be guide on the march and to supply all needs and to cooperate with him, acted treacherously in all things, and pointed out neither a safe voyage along the coast nor a
But
safe
look at my
journey
nose.
by land, misguiding him through places that had no roads, and by circuitous routes, and through regions destitute of everything, or along rocky shores that had no harbors, or through waters that were shallow or full of submarine rocks, and particularly in places of that kind the flood tides
You can build a
also
pyramid
the
based on the shape of my nose.
caused very great distress.
It's clear that at every turn, the Nabatean Sileus worked to frustrate and weaken
And the
Aulus
size.
Gallus's expedition, using every deception available to him.
After many experiences and hardships, he arrived in 14
I'm
days
blessed, I'm joking.
at Lukikome,
I'm very
the
lucky.
land of the Nabateans.
I'm a very
Though
lucky
he
person.
lost many of his boats, some of these being
I really am.
lost.
I'm
Those and all
totally unlucky with
accounts
these
of
goddamn
difficult
doors, though,
sailing,
man.
but
Maybe
not
just my
on
line was
account
too
of
bad. I
any
cut early too soon.
This was caused by the treachery of Sileus, who said that there was no way for an army to go to Lukikome by land. And yet, camel traders traveled back and forth from Petra to this place in safety and ease.
The expedition
Okay, I honestly
of
might
Aulus
just
Gallus would
quit
take
out the
6
starts and
months
play
to
boost
work
runs,
its
honestly.
weary way up the coast of southern Arabia, suffering from disease, shipwrecks,
I might do that.
even eating poisoned herbs and drinking tainted water, so that the soldiers suffered from sickness and disease. They would travel around in circles across the stony desert wastes and take the longest possible routes along rough terrain, baking in the searing Arabian sun, suffering from heat stroke and fatigue. Finally, with only a fraction
What
of
if I
his
lure
original
him?
force remaining, Gallus
Do I have
was
to? Do I have
forced
to
admit
change guns?
defeat.
Do I have to cycle?
Although he was within
I wonder if I
reach
can
of his
lure him.
goal, he now
2.2,
feared that if he
maybe I
pushed
not.
on, none of them would survive, and he feared that the journey home would take another 6 months. He ordered his men to turn around and
No, you
march
can't,
back
2.2.
along the desert roads.
I think it has to be 2.4.
And it's only on the way home that he realized the trick that had been played on him.
Whatever.
It was
I'm
indeed
not going to
only
reinvent the
2
wheel.
days' journey from the country that produced aromatics, as informed by his captives. But he had used up 6 months' time on his marches because of bad guidance, and he realized the fact when he turned back, when at last he had learned the plot against him and gone back by other roads. On his return, he accomplished the whole journey within 60 days. He'd used up 6 months in his first journey.
It's not recorded whether Sileus stuck around to face the anger of the Roman commander, or whether he slunk away in the night. Strabo recounts the sorry sight of the expedition as it returned to its base in Alexandria, empty-handed.
Thence he carried his army across the Myers harbor within 11 days, and with all who had been fortunate enough to survive, landed in Alexandria. The rest he had lost, not in wars, but from sickness.
Dude, I really enjoyed the Mega Man stream the other day. I gotta turn up the volume of the music or turn down the volume of the mic for the Mega Man stream. Because the NES is too quiet. But I really enjoyed it. And I'm gonna put that on YouTube too. I'm gonna put that Mega Man stream, so I have the Mega Man 2 stream on there. I'm gonna put the first 2 Donkey Kong streams, and then I'm gonna put the Mega Man 3.
Of this disastrous expedition
Because I was watching, like, I was just watching for the music.
The
I'm
Empire
like,
would soon be
I'm gonna sit down and watch this.
And was soon
just put it out there. The volume is all wrong. The levels are all wrong. Still, after 2 years of stream, I still can't get my levels right.
A century of independence. But Rome's civil wars would not last forever. And for the
just because my NES was so quiet, I maxed it out. I turned up the volume to max. It's just a quiet system or something.
Became the first millennium AD, Rome officially absorbed Judea, Mesopotamia, and Syria into its enormous empire. Nabatea gradually found itself surrounded by this overwhelming power, and the era of its existence as an independent kingdom was soon to come to an end.
The Lego store is in Yorkdale. You should check it out. It's fun. It's so expensive though. And they have like a retro store there. They have like a hipster, an expensive hipster retro store. They have cool stuff.
Who had ruled for 36 years.
Like it's like everything's overpriced, but like say you can get like a nice
ordered 2 legions
bootleg
to march into the region and
Mario fucking wallet or something for like $20 or some bullshit.
There doesn't seem to have been
I love
any
Legos.
particular pretext for the invasion.
That's awesome, man.
Rabel had
yeah, me too, dude. I love it.
Obodas, who was ready to take the throne, but it's clear that Rome didn't
building
want
it is
to
crazy,
waste its
dude.
opening.
As
The
an
man
adult,
who
it's
led
good.
this campaign was
I
the
forgot.
Roman governor of Syria,
Problem
a man
is,
named
it's not really a
Cornelius
puzzle.
Palma.
It's actually not a puzzle at all.
Under his command, the 3rd Cyrenaica Legion moves north from Egypt into Petra.
Yeah, 90s Lego
while
was
the
fucking
6th Ferrata
fire.
Legion, a Syrian garrison
Shout out my
unit,
parents for
moved
buying me
south
the Lego
to
growing
occupy
up.
the town of Bostra. As
They're
far as we
lucky.
can tell, the Romans faced little resistance. In fact, the campaign was so underwhelming.
Star
that the
Wars
Roman
Lego is pretty cool,
historian
like the TIE Fighter
Cassius Dio,
or
normally
Millennium
powerful
Falcon.
and detailed writer, had only
Those
the
are pretty
following
nice.
to say about it.
About this time, Palma, the governor of Syria, subdued the part of Arabia around Petra and made it subject to the Romans.
Yeah, dude, there's a Lego store.
This sparse report is wedged in between colourful
It is
accounts of Trajan's campaigns against the Dacians
near the
and
Mac
his
store.
spectacles involving 10,000
Pretty much across from it.
Even the Roman coins minted to celebrate the victory seem to reflect the understated nature of
On the
They were marked with the words
south
Arabia
side,
adquisita,
on the most
rather
south side
than
wall
noble
of
capta. For the Romans, Arabia had not been captured, but simply acquired. Some units of the Nabateans
Dang, dude, thanks for
royal guard
chatting with
do
me
seem
while out
to
in
have
public,
resisted
man.
the
That's pretty cool.
invaders. But for the most part, the regular troops saw no point
With
in
headphones?
fighting the
Must be.
inevitable. Roman legions marched into Petra, and the age of Nabatean independence finally came to an end. Rome would name the province they founded there.
So I don't know why the
Arabia
AI
Petraea,
gave. See
after
that
the
like
great
second
city,
hedgehog
and the
there
period of Roman Petra began.
on the wall, the photo? I don't know why he gave it like these like laser red eyes.
From what we can tell, it seems that for the average
foreigner
citizen
might
of
be?
the Nabatean kingdom, the annexation by Rome had little effect on their lives, at least at first. The historian Jane Taylor describes the situation.
It was only the top management that changed, the governors and a handful of officials. In due course, the old royal army was absorbed into Roman auxiliary forces, a 6th Betrayan
I'm
cohort.
cheating a bit. I'm trying
A
to.
total of
I'm just seeing if I can get a
6,000
good gate
men.
like this.
As for the non-military
I don't think I
majority,
can, though.
landowners, stonemasons,
I think I cut too early there.
ceramicists, scribes, priests, musicians, jugglers, or minor officials, most stayed where they were, paid their taxes to the new authority and pursued the accustomed daily pattern of their lives, more or less unchanged.
Usually when Rome captured an area, they would set about immediately building new aqueducts and water systems. But conspicuously in Petra, they left the Nabatean water system virtually untouched. This suggests that they saw little room for improvement to the already skillful engineering. To ensure the security of their new conquest, and perhaps with bitter memories of Aelius Gallus's expedition still in their minds, the Romans built a highway through the entire territory. They named this the Via Nova Traiana, or Trajan's New Road, a 400-kilometer highway connecting Petra and Bostra to the seaport of Aqaba on the Red Sea. The road was lined with forts, ensuring a permanent control of the trade routes to the rich incense fields of the south, and meaning that the Romans could now move their forces with ease. One Roman citizen, Aelius Aristides, who lived during the 2nd century AD in the Roman province of Asia, wrote the following description of the times, and shows that the Romans believed that the uncontrollable lands of Arabia had finally been pacified.
Wars have so far vanished as to be legendary affairs of the past. Now, a man simply travels from one country to another as though it were his native land. We are no longer frightened by the Cilician Pass or by the narrow, sandy tracks that lead from Arabia to Egypt. We are not dismayed by the height of mountains, or by the vast breadth of rivers, or by inhospitable tribes or barbarians. To be a Roman citizen is a sufficient guarantee of personal safety.
For the city of Petra, the period of Roman annexation would be the beginning of the end. Over the coming centuries, Petra would ultimately be undone by cultural and economic shifts that swept the whole world along with them.
What? Come on, are you serious? Like, why? So dumb.
In the 3rd and 4th centuries, the Roman Empire would undergo some dramatic changes. The cult of Jesus Christ, once a small fringe group of worshippers based around the veneration of an executed Jewish prophet, had grown to become a real threat to Roman power. For a time, Christianity was outlawed in the empire, and during the reign of the Emperor Diocletian, records show that the Christians of Petra were punished for their refusal.
Don't know if you're still here, Dick, but
to Roman gods.
wouldn't you say that the Jewish and the
were sent to die by
Arabs stemmed from like Persians? And like,
Christianity was
or it was all like one massive empire?
And would become
or was that after?
Belief system of the late Roman
I guess that was the last 2,000 years. I guess we're talking prior.
Worship spread, the way that
yeah,
people
Petra was way before that.
Ceremonies also changed, and this would have.
But we don't know. Like, go back to
on the
Tepe, like
commodities that people consumed, and on the people of Petra.
Petra.
Well, today we think of incense as an integral part of worship in the Catholic and Orthodox churches. Early Christians were keen to emphasize the difference between themselves and the old pagan temples. For this reason, Christians at this time did not use incense in their ceremonies. As pagan temples were shut down, demand for incense crashed, and the price began to fall. This broader cultural and economic change came at the same time as Egyptian ports began to supersede the land-based trade routes for incense, spices, and silks. As an independent kingdom, the Nabateans had jealously guarded their source of frankincense. But with Nabatea conquered, the Romans began extracting incense by the more efficient route, carrying goods by sea to Egypt, rather than on the arduous desert roads by land. As a result, the very thing that the Nabateans had feared came to pass. The importance of Petra as a trading hub began to fall. Although it had given its name to the province of Arabia Petraea, the Romans also seem to have had little use for the Rose City. The very things that had made Petra attractive to the Nabateans, that is, how remote, hidden and difficult to reach it was, made it an unattractive place for a Roman administration, which needed good links to the capital. The Romans increasingly conducted the running of the province from the more northern and well-connected town of Bostra, and the prominence of Petra as the administrative center of the region fell even further. Petra at this time must have been a sad place. The former markets and workshops that had once boomed with life and noise must have grown smaller every year as fewer and fewer caravans passed through. The fine cliffside houses where once children ran and played, where families hung up their laundry and watched the sunset, would have become abandoned one by one, home only to desert bats and wild dogs that would have howled to one another at night in the gradually
Those red eyes of that hedgehog photo on the wall there behind David Attenborough, those eyes get me every time I see it.
Trading spot, were it not for the events
Like,
of
why?
the 18th of May in the year 363
Like,
AD.
AI has some like
It
weird,
was the
sick,
middle of the
twisted
night
sense of
when the
humor. I'm
first
telling you, man.
tremors
Like,
began. A shuddering
why would they make it like
earth,
fucking
accompanied
Terminator?
by a low rumble.
Those
Somewhere deep
those
in the
machines,
fault line of the Red
eyes.
Sea, the edges of the African and Arabian plates
Like
gave
no
way
hedgehog.
against
I haven't
one
never seen a hedgehog
and
with
an
red,
earthquake
like
shook
blazing
the
eyes
region.
like that. Never. Not even like Sonic.
This would be known as the Galilee
Nor
earthquake,
David Attenborough.
a pair of severe
It's just
tremors
so
on
random.
the 18th and 19th of May in
And,
the
like,
year
demonic.
363. One letter, thought to be written by the Bishop Cyril of Jerusalem, recalls the tremendous impact of
And
the
subtle.
earthquake.
it's a mess.
Took
Like,
place
it's
on
crazy.
Monday at the 3rd hour, and
This
partly
kinda scares
at
me
the
a little
9th
bit.
hour of the night. There was a great loss of life here. The land was shaken, and mighty prodigies took place, and fire consumed great numbers of them. The land shook considerably, and there were great tremors in the towns round about. Many Christians
that was
too,
it. That was the
living in
run.
these regions,
Blew
as
it.
well as the majority of the Jews, perished at that scourge, and not just in the earthquake, but also as a result of fire and in the heavy rain they had.
Cyril goes on to list the settlements most damaged by the tremors, and notes that more than half of the city of Petra was destroyed.
Now we should like to write down for you the names of the towns that were overthrown. Beit Gubrin, more than half of it, part of Bashan,
What the
the
fuck?
whole of Sebastia and its territory. The whole
That happens a
of
lot to me,
Decapolis
Cheese. Cheese
and
says
its
that
territory,
he's
more
never
than
seen
half
that.
of Petra, part of
Happens to me like
Tiberias
all the
too,
time.
and its territory. Haifa flowed with blood for 3 days.
Terrible. Terrible run.
Another chronicler, named Thomas, from the Resena region, wrote the following account, in which he views the earthquake as a punishment from God for the continuing pagan worship in the region.
At that time, the Lord was angry with the cities of the pagans and Jews and the Samaritans and of the false teachings in the south that had joined in with the madness of the pagan Jew. And anger went out from the Lord's presence and began to destroy the unclean and pagan cities because they had defiled them with blood which they shed unjustly in them. And it began to destroy the cities, 21 in number, some of which were overturned, some collapsed, and yet others survived in the month of Iyar of the year 674, and on the 27th day in that month, in the month of Haziran.
Archaeological evidence in Petra supports the picture of a sudden,
How about that voice actor?
devastating disaster.
Shadow the voice actor, that was sick.
One house, excavated by archaeologists, was reduced to a pile of rubble around this time. Beneath the collapsed roof, a great number of everyday domestic items were found.
This is the run.
Shattered ceramics,
This is it. Can I clutch it?
glass, spindles and coins.
telling
Even
you, this is
a
it.
copper pot with an iron handle. Near the door, a smashed pot contained 85 small denomination copper coins, apparently kept there for everyday expenses. The fact that these were never reclaimed or even looted suggests that the damage in the city was too great for its declining
Oh my god, that might be it.
population to even hit through, let alone rebuild from. Many of Petra's great public buildings were severely hit by the earthquake.
Oh, come on.
The so-called Temple of the Winged Lions, the building known as the Great Temple, and the public theatre were all damaged, and they would never be repaired.
Did you see that run,
Particularly
man?
devastating
Thanks, buddy.
seems to
Yo,
have been the earthquake
thanks for watching, man. That was like,
the city's
that was my
water system.
cleanest. That was my cleanest 54. I don't think it was my
Subterranean
fastest,
pipes
but it was. I think it was my
would have
cleanest.
leaked their precious water into the sands.
So I had a
And
54
some of its
before with the
aqueducts
boost after
split
the.
open. Dams
Fuck! I
designed
didn't
to hold
get
in
stuck on anything, did I?
reservoirs
Did I bump anything?
collapsed, causing
I think I was wide going into the tunnel at the
defeating
start.
the city's
I think I was
decline.
stupidly wide going into the
Petra's
tunnel at the
capacity
start.
to
I think I
support
remember
life
that
was
very
directly
explicitly.
linked
But
to
then
its
there was a perfect
capacity
door.
to store water.
It's just so
And
dumb.
with the complicated system now coming apart at the seams,
Thanks for
its
watching, man.
water
Thanks for
and
being
the
here. I don't know if I'm
city's
losing a lot of time
life
doing that
would
correction.
now leach
I might
away
be.
into the dust of
I got the
desert.
boost, that's why I'm continuing this run.
It's clear that some of Petra's people did creep back to repopulate the city after the earthquake. In the area known as the Colonnaded Street, archaeology shows that some of the earthquake debris was cleared away, and a shanty town of simple shops and shelters was built out of material reclaimed from the rubble. But the destruction of the city's water system meant
Damn
that
it.
the annual flash floods were no longer being controlled.
That was a really good ending. That was my best
We
ending.
can see the evidence of these floods
After the lock shot,
in the
maybe I was
build-up
slow
of
to the
silt
wall.
and sand
But no,
in
like
the
Carl
floors of
is
these
slow to the wall
buildings.
too.
As the waters crashed down from the rocks and the
As slow
rain
as I
season,
was.
flooding everyone's homes, and then
I
giving
remember
way to
correctly.
months of punishing drought. Some domestic structures were rebuilt after the earthquake, and it's clear people tried to continue their lives. They even constructed some new churches, although they were largely built from material scavenged from other destroyed monuments. But in the early 5th century,
That was a really low
another
54,
earthquake
man.
struck,
That was a really
and
low
after
one.
that, most of the grand houses were abandoned for good. The dream of Petra had died, and the city gradually fell into disrepair and ruin. Despite all of this damage, people did continue to live in reduced numbers around the ruins of Petra, and it would continue as a humble caravan stop for several more centuries. People continued to live in the hollowed-out cave houses and farmed on the terraces of its hills right up to the modern era. As the Eastern Roman Empire morphed into the Byzantine Empire, the old city of Petra was even named the capital of the province of Palestina Tertia, and several churches were built in and around the city. In one of them, 140 papyruses were discovered, which contained mainly contracts, dated up to the year 590, showing that people were still living in the city. According to the writer John Moschus, Petra even had a bishop in the first decades of the 7th century, a man named Athenogenes. But sometime before the year 687, the declining fortunes of the city meant that the position ceased to exist. When Arab armies, inspired by the new faith of Islam and the teachings of Prophet Muhammad, swept across the region, Petra doesn't seem to have featured in
Damn it, too wide.
at all.
Might
It's
be
not
okay.
mentioned
Might be
once
okay.
in the narratives of the Muslim conquest, and nor does it appear in any early Islamic records. As power in this region underwent another of its great reshufflings, it seems the city of Petra
Fuck,
was
might be too
finally
wide.
abandoned for good.
Might be okay though.
The Arabic that these new rulers spoke was directly descended from the old
Bit wide.
Nabatean, spoken by the ancient peoples of Petra.
Oh,
But
I
to
went
these
too
new
wide there.
conquerors, the Rose City was an irrelevance, a city of tombs and ruins, lost among the desert stones.
I'm gonna like, I hate this. It's so
The Muslims
painful.
who came after and built their own empires in the region
Fuck off,
were
man.
struck by the incredible sight of these monumental stones, still left at the sites of Hegra and Petra. To explain them, they told stories about a tribe that they called the Thamud, who were
So
punished by
dumb, dude.
God for refusing to listen to a prophet named Salih. One version of this is given in the Quran, in the Surah Al-Araf, or the chapter of the heights.
And they flouted the commandment of their Lord. And they said, O Salih, bring upon us that thou threatenest, if thou art indeed of those sent from Allah. So the earthquake seized them, and morning found them prostrate in their dwelling place. And Salih turned from them and said, O my people, I delivered my Lord's message unto you, and gave you good advice. But ye love not good advices. As for the earth, we spread it out and placed it upon its firm mountains, and caused everything to grow there in perfect balance. And we made in it means of sustenance for you and others. We send fertilizing winds and bring down rain from the sky for you to drink. But the residents of the Stone Valley also denied the messengers. We gave them our signs, but they turned away from them. They carved their homes in the mountains, feeling secure. But the mighty blast overtook them in the morning, and all they achieved was of no help to them.
For these later people, the towering ruins of the Nabatean cities became warnings about excessive pride, and a reminder that the power of nature, or the power of God, can always undo the works of man.
I feel like
For
I need a
others,
boost,
the
man.
ruin
I feel like
inspired
it's just because
poetry.
otherwise I'm just.
I want to end the episode with a reading from one of the great pre-Islamic poets, a man named Tarafa. He wrote poetry that responded
I think
to the
Gamer Girls
ruined
53 is a
sites
boost
that
list,
littered
if I remember
the horizon
correctly.
of the Arab Peninsula, left by peoples like the Nabateans. In this poem, he describes how the sight of these ruins leads him to think about the transience and the injustice of life. As you listen, imagine what it would feel like to live in the great city of Petra during its final days, to watch the life slowly ebb from the city around you. As the caravans
But I'll
arrived
totally
in
take
fewer
boosts.
and fewer numbers
I definitely
across
want
the
boosts.
sands.
Please boost me.
Imagine the earthquakes cracking the great stones of the city, the feeling of hopelessness.
This is it. This is
as
the
the
run.
water systems
Terrible
broke,
line.
and no one
Terrible
left
player. I'm a
knew
terrible
how to
GoldenEye
repair
player.
them.
I'm so
As
bad.
people departed across the desert to begin new lives in other places. Imagine watching the sands creep in to cover the streets, the homes and markets, the stables and the workshops, finally leaving nothing in the city but its tombs.
The
It might be
ruins
it.
howler left on the mottled flat land.
Oh, it
Clear
might be it.
and fair, like the trace of a tattoo on the back
Might be
of
it.
a hand. There, my friends,
Oh.
tall camel
What?
saying,
What?
Don't lose yourself in
Like
youth,
what?
man, endure. A man's soul flies to his throat in fear, and he imagines impending
This is painful,
ruin,
man.
though no one stalks his evening journey.
I'm definitely doing. I must be doing something
Death
very
does
wrong.
not miss the brave. Its slackened ropes around him, hand around the twisted coils. A generous man quenches his soul while he is still alive. I see the tomb of the hoarder, panting for his wealth. Like the tomb of the wasteful evil-doer, both the same. 2 heaps of earth with silent slabs of hard death stone piled up upon them. I see death choose
This is
the
it. This is
generous
one.
and
This is the
noble,
one. I'm serious.
while picking over the best part of the hardened rich man's spoil. I see life, a treasure.
Like what?
shrinking
It's so
every
stupid.
night, shrunken
It's just
by
so
days
dumb.
and time, then gone.
Thank you once again for listening to the Fall of Civilizations podcast. I'd like to thank my voice actors for this episode: Nick Denton, Jay Forrester, Shem Jacobs, Annie Kelly, and Paul Cassell. I love to hear your thoughts and responses on Twitter, so please come and tell me what you thought. You can follow me at Paul MM Cooper, and if you'd like updates about the podcast, announcements about new episodes, as well as images, maps, and reading suggestions, you can follow the podcast at Fall of Civ, with underscores separating the words. This podcast can only keep going with the support of our generous subscribers on Patreon. You keep me running, you help me cover my costs, and you let me dedicate more time to researching, writing, recording, and editing to get the episodes out to you faster and bring as much life and detail to them as possible. I want to thank all my subscribers for making this happen. If you enjoyed this episode, please consider heading onto patreon.com/Fall of Civilizations _podcast, or just Google Fall of Civilizations.
It's just so
Patreon.
stupid, man.
Patreon. For now, goodbye, and thanks for listening. Towards the end of the 13th century, around the year 1293, the Venetian explorer and adventurer Marco Polo was traveling
Marco
through
Polo?
Southeast
Yeah,
Asia,
baby.
in the region of what is today Myanmar or Burma.
This is gonna be baller video.
Marco Polo had spent much of the last 20 years traveling around the Asian continent in a remarkable series of journeys along the ancient route known as the Silk Road. And recently he had come into the employment of the Mongol Emperor of China, a man named Kublai Khan. Impressed by this
Oh my
foreign
God.
visitor, the
Is he related
Emperor
to you,
had
Dickus
appointed
Khan?
Marco Polo an ambassador, and he was now traveling
Kublai
through the
Khan.
forested mountains of southwestern China that now stand on the border of Myanmar. He passed through these jungle hills, thick with bamboo forests and shaded groves, and then down into a wide river valley full of wild animals.
Leaving the province of Cardandan, you enter a vast desert, which you travel without variation for 2 days and a half, in the course of which no habitations are to be found. You then reach a spacious plain. Beyond this, in a southerly direction, towards the confines of India, lies the city of Mi Yen. The journey occupies 15 days, through a country much depopulated and forests abounding with elephants, rhinoceroses, and other wild beasts. where there is not the appearance of any habitation. In
Pretty
this
bad.
country were found many elephants, large and handsome wild oxen, with stags, fallow deer, and other animals in great abundance.
But finally, after more than 2 weeks, Marco Polo came across a large city. And it was a city that, despite all he'd seen on his travels, still stood out to him for its size and magnificence. A city where more than 4,000 golden temples sent their spires lancing up into the afternoon air over the flat pan of the river valley.
After the journey of 15 days that has been mentioned, you reach the city of Mien, which is large, magnificent, and the capital of the kingdom. The inhabitants are idolaters and have a language peculiar to themselves. It is related that there formerly reigned in this country a rich and powerful monarch.
The city that Marco Polo called Mien had fallen on hard times. Everywhere homes were abandoned and temples had fallen into disuse and disrepair. There would have been the signs of war, hungry and displaced people on the streets. But over these sorry sights, the golden shrines of the city towered and attested to its former magnificence. And of all of these, 2 enormous temples stood out in particular.
When his death was drawing near, the king gave orders for erecting on the place of his interment, at the head and foot of the sepulchre, 2 pyramidal towers, entirely of marble, 10 paces in height, of a proportionate bulk, and each terminating with a ball. One of these pyramids was covered with a plate of gold, an inch in thickness, so that nothing besides the gold was visible, and the other with a plate of silver of the same thickness. Around the balls were suspended small bells of gold and of silver, which sounded when put in motion by the wind. The whole formed a splendid object.
Years later, he would return to Italy and fall on the wrong side of a war between the city-states of Genoa and Venice. And he would be thrown in prison by the Genoese. He would share his jail cell with a writer named Rustichello da Pisa, who was greatly impressed with Polo's tales of his travels. While waiting in prison for the war to end, the pair of them worked to clarify Polo's memories and write them down in vivid detail, with what many scholars consider to be a surprisingly high degree of accuracy and authenticity. Together with the writer Rustichello, Marco Polo would become the first outsider to write a description of a city at the heart of an empire that today we know by the name Bagan. For centuries, it had united the lands of Myanmar and presided over a boom in art and architecture, constructing one of the most striking collections of religious buildings that the world has ever seen. The Empire of Bagan had flourished and survived, and then in a flash, its golden age had ended, its people had left, and its grand temples had fallen slowly into ruin.
What?
My name's Paul Cooper, and you're listening to the Fall of Civilizations podcast. Each episode, I look at a civilization of the past that rose to glory and then collapsed into the ashes of history. I want to ask, what did they have in common? What led to their fall? And what did it feel like to be a person alive at the time who witnessed the end of their world? In this episode, I want to tell one of the most colorful stories of civilizational survival. The story of the Bagan Empire of medieval Myanmar. I want to show how this kingdom rose up in the Irrawaddy River Valley of central Myanmar and built one of the most remarkable series of monuments to have survived anywhere in the world. I want to show what life was like for the people who lived there and what happened to cause its sudden and complete collapse. The modern country of Myanmar is today the largest nation by continuous landmass in Southeast Asia. It's the size of Texas and nearly 3 times larger than the United Kingdom. Myanmar borders India in the west.
Yo, what's up, King of All? How you doing?
And its lands
What's up, King of All? How you
stretch
doing,
between the
man?
mountain ranges, the Arakan.
I'm just upset I missed a lock
Chin,
shot,
and
dude. How you
Shandong.
doing, man? Welcome,
Between
welcome.
the bony peaks of these mountain ranges that run like a series of spines north to south down the whole country flow the rivers Chindwin, Shui Li, Namai, and Ma Li. Many of these rivers begin in the Himalayan glaciers of Upper Burma, and all of them flow down
Pretty good.
the
Eating some
gorges
blueberries,
of
nice.
high mountains and join the
And
largest
strawberries with some whipped
waterfalls
cream,
of all
crazy.
in a wide and
Nice,
seamless
dude.
flow.
Heck yeah.
This is the great river Irrawaddy. The name of the Irrawaddy River
Man, I haven't
derives
eaten
from the
whipped
Sanskrit
cream in
name Airavati, a legendary white elephant
years?
with 4 tusks and
5
7
years, maybe
trunks,
more.
who in
Maybe
Hindu
more than 5
mythology
years, probably
is
6
the
years.
trusted mount of the god Indra. And it's not
Probably
hard to
before
see
my
why
head
the river
injury.
deserves this grand and mythical name. The Irrawaddy River winds for more than
So, like,
2,000
2015,
kilometers across the
I think I
dry
stopped.
zone of Burma.
Yeah,
through
2015 I
palm
stopped
forests and
eating pretty much all
scrublands
sugar,
and around sandy
like
islands.
desserts.
The river is also one
going
of
well.
Asia's widest, and at points during
It's
the
going well.
rainy
It's snowing
season,
here,
it can
which is
swell to
terrible.
nearly a kilometer across. These floods can be
But I'm
so
doing all right.
dramatic that for millennia,
We've had some
the
pretty good
people
runs.
of Burma have built houses along the river, on top of tall bamboo stilts that allow the floodwaters to rise below them.
I'm gonna have to get
At
some
the
dinner
end of the
soon,
river's
like,
journey, the Irrawaddy branches out into a wide delta of
I might stop
mangrove
playing at
forest,
like 7 or
marshes
7:30 in
and
like half an
meandering
hour or
streams,
an hour.
where it finally empties into the Southern Ocean. The general center of the river's course
It was raining
is an arid heartland that's known as Myanmar's dry zone,
earlier
since it
loud.
receives a relatively small amount of rainfall every year. The mountains
rather
that
have rain
surround
than
this
snow,
wide
let me tell
basin
you.
on 3 sides soak up much of the moisture, holding back the clouds like a great wall. But the rain falls instead in the hills, and this rainwater then flows down through the great river Irrawaddy. This means that so long as you stay close to the river, the dry zone is actually never short of water. Since humans first arrived in Myanmar, people have flocked to the banks of this river to make their livelihoods, to farm their rice, and to build their towns.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to take a break soon. Like, this is...
The earliest cultures
Yeah,
we have
3
evidence
hours.
for
3 hours
arrived
is
in
like...
Myanmar around 11,000
You love the ring?
BC, and by about 1500 BC, people in
What
the
ring, my
region
man?
were already turning copper
The rain.
into
Oh, the
bronze,
rain, I'm guessing.
growing rice and
Yeah,
domesticating
the rain's nice.
chickens and pigs, and they would be among the first people in the world to farm these animals for food. By around 500 BC,
I can only
iron
play like
was
3
being
hours.
worked
I
in the
need to like
region.
stop after 3.
Since the
Especially this,
earliest
which is
history,
so...
the rivers have also been highways. The people of Myanmar have always
Just pissing me
built
off.
watercraft,
Not you, this
often
one.
rafts made
This
out
game.
of strong and
It's
light
lovely.
Burmese bamboo that grows everywhere along stream banks
Yeah, they're
in
very
the
nice.
lower hills, or more refined barges made of teak wood. The teak tree has adapted to contain a large amount of natural oil, giving it an exceptional water resistance. The teak growing in Burma is so abundant that it has been used to make enormous constructions, like bridges, that have lasted for nearly 200 years. One famous bridge named U Bayin spans more than a kilometer across Taung Taman Lake and is made up of more than 1,000 teakwood pillars driven into the lake bed. The people here even build floating island gardens that rise and fall with the water level, and which for centuries have turned the surface of the lake into productive agricultural land. If people wanted to travel south, they could easily
As I
float
said,
their
I
boats
didn't eat
downstream,
dinner yet. I said
but the
I'm
prevailing
gonna
winds
stop to
also
eat dinner
blew
in
south to
half an
north,
hour or an
meaning that it
hour,
was also possible
and then I'm
to
gonna.
sail against
I
the
might
current,
stream after.
making travel in both directions along the
How about
river
you?
relatively easy. The Irrawaddy River was so conceptually important to the history of this region that people in Burma would rarely talk about the country
hate this
in
level,
terms
man.
of north and south, but rather use the words
I
Anya
hate that I'm
and
playing this
Bakye,
level.
upstream and downstream. One traditional Burmese poet
Sounds
describes
amazing,
the
dude.
coming of summer in the landscape of the Irrawaddy Valley.
Thanks, man. Thanks for telling me. That sounds amazing. You should sell them. You should sell them online to your streamers. I wouldn't buy any, just to be honest. Because I don't want to buy
the sky becomes
food
cloudy
from
and
someone, but I'm
winds are
saying
hotter.
that'd be a good meme.
Tis summer.
Sell them to
Leaves
people
on
online.
trees turn yellow to fall, to show new leaves. Stems twist or break, yet sprouts on tama trees are now soft greens like parrot eggs. While in summer trees thirst in foothills, tarzan flowers are climbing tabia trees, effusing
You're welcome.
fragrance,
Nice.
mixing with the wafting air. At sunset, crow pheasants are cooing, and from afar come the cuckoo's notes. Now and again, thunder is beating through heaven's expanses like lambara and Daindi drums. And I think of the pouring of water on the Bodhi tree, and of the absent companion in the golden palace of victory. And I am mournful.
No, sorry, man. No, thanks. Thanks, man. I said I wouldn't. That's why I started the joke as I would not buy them, personally.
Like many languages
Sorry,
in
dude.
Southeast Asia, the
Just 'cause
Burmese language has different levels of register.
I don't want to. Well,
depending
one,
on how
it's
polite or
international
informal you need to
food,
be. And the
and
land
two,
itself has different
I don't want
names,
to like.
depending on the
Even if it
register
was
you're
within
using.
Canada, I wouldn't eat
In
food
everyday
made
speech,
by someone else.
people
on
most
the
commonly
internet.
use the name Burma to describe the country and its people, while the grander and more poetic name is Myanmar. Both of these names have been used alongside each other for centuries.
I think so.
When the country became a British colony,
If we weren't on the
colonial
internet, if we were in
government
real life,
used the informal name Burma, which
it
is
could
the
be a
name
different
that
story.
British people first heard, being used by common sailors and
Not that I'm.
traders. But in 1989, the military dictatorship that then ruled the country changed the name
Give you a free
officially to the grander name of Myanmar.
No,
Because of
man.
this
Sorry,
complicated
listen.
history,
I don't
Myanmar
want
today
your food. I'm sorry.
questions
Thank
the
you.
country's name
I
has
appreciate it, though.
deep-rooted
I really do.
controversies.
I'm not trying to be
But in
rude.
this
I'm just trying to be
episode,
clear
I will follow the example
and
of
like
the
explicit.
majority of
I
Burmese
apologize.
people and use both
Thanks,
names
though.
interchangeably.
I appreciate the offer.
depending
That's so
on
kind of you.
context.
That really is. Free food, and I'm turning it down. It's my loss.
And so it's on this geographical stage that the story of the Bagan Empire would play out, in the dry zone of the country.
Just tell me. You can
surrounded
tell me
on
how
all
it is. Like
sides
live
by
vicariously through you.
and watered by the great river highway, the Irrawaddy. For much of this region's history, whoever controlled the dry zone
Shoot me.
controlled the rest of the country. And so it was also a land soaked in the blood of conflict.
Haven't cooked for the king of Iran. He won't eat it.
There are two major sources for events in Myanmar during the medieval period.
The king, the
First of these
president
are the
of Lebanon.
inscriptions left carved in stone at many temples and other buildings, which kings left in
The
order
garlic
to
king is from
celebrate their
it cooked for the president
And
of
the second
Lebanon. But
these
yeah, king of Iran.
sources
Close.
is the so-called Chronicles of Burma.
That's
These
very different.
chronicles are a
I mean,
diverse
it's like-
collection of documents written
Is it
over
really?
many centuries by monks and scholars on different materials.
Oh, I guess that's sarcasm.
Some are written on paper made of the Siamese rough bush tree or paper mulberry, glued into very long sheets and folded in a
Terrible.
concertina fashion, while others are written on palm leaf or even carved into stone tablets. The first chronicle that has survived was written in the 13th century during the Bagan era. The so-called Mahayasawin, or Great Chronicle, was completed several centuries later, in the year 1724, and it was followed nearly a century later by the Yazawin Tit, or New Chronicle, which attempted to square some of the contradictions between the chronicles and the stone inscriptions, as its author writes in his introduction.
There are chronicles written by ancient scholars.
I'm looking nice person, thanks, dude.
Shit,
that's nice. That's nice,
There
dude.
are some matters which do not
very kind of you, man.
accord with the inscriptions.
Hope you're doing well.
Like many such historical documents, these chronicles were paid for by
Man.
kings and produced under their supervision, and they are instruments of official propaganda.
Yeah, that sounds really good.
They are also full of exaggeration, poetic
I'm gonna have to get food,
license,
though.
and mythology, especially in
Pretty
the
good,
earlier
pretty good. It's good.
reaches of
I'm gonna have to get
Burmese
food in
history.
maybe 15 minutes to
They
half an
include
hour.
truly ludicrous exaggerations about the
I can't
size of
force
armies,
this
often describing battles
run
involving
through.
tens of
I'm gonna have to
millions
play
of
just
soldiers. And they frequently
few
include
3-hour sessions
colourful
over and over.
appearances of ogres, ghosts, ghouls, demons,
Pain in
and
the
magicians,
ass.
along with countless figures from Burmese mythology. But in all their fantastical presentation, these chronicles can combine with official inscriptions to preserve relatively accurate dates and events, and they also preserve the folklore and traditional memory of the people. In the year 1829, the King Bagyi Dao of Burma appointed
cool,
a
man.
committee of scholars to write a chronicle of the Burmese kings that would act as the final complete edition.
That's cool,
He
dude.
gathered them in the glittering front wing of his residence, known as the Glass Palace, and instructed them to get to work.
The king of the law, seeing the many discrepancies and repetitions in the former chronicles, gave thought to the matter, being convinced that a chronicle of kings should be the standard and not a thing of conflicting and false statements. He assembled his ministers and ecclesiastical teachers in the front chamber of the palace, which was variegated with divers gems and a fit place for
I
the
hate
most
this
exalted
level.
personages, and caused the chronicle to be purified by comparing it with other chronicles and a number of inscriptions, each with the other, and adopting the truth in the light of reason and the traditional books.
This document, full of tangents and footnotes, would become known as the Glass Palace Chronicle. Despite its complicated nature, it's a remarkable text that gives us a real glimpse of how the people of ancient Bagan felt and thought about their lives and the world around them, as well as the birth of their empire.
What did I get stuck on? That's bogus, man.
The origins of the people who first spoke the Burmese language are wreathed in mystery. The Burmese chronicles claim a line of kings going back to the 2nd century, but modern scholars and archaeologists consider this to be extremely unlikely. One more plausible account traces the history of these people back to the early 9th century and the powerful kingdom named Nan Chao. The power of Nan Chao ruled over the area across the mountains to the east, in what is today the lofty province
Like, it's
of
just so
Yunnan
like, I hate
in
this.
western China. For years, the kings of Nan Chao had set their sights on the rich river valley of the Irrawaddy. The year was 832. Around the world at
I
this
really
time,
hate this.
the Byzantine Empire, the last remaining part of what had been the Roman Empire, was fighting for its life against increasingly confident Arab empires, inspired by the young religion of Islam. In the Mayan lowlands of southern Mexico, the last king of the soaring city of Copan, a man named Ukit-Tuk, was commissioning a stone monument that would never be finished because his entire society was collapsing under the pressures of drought and warfare, and the population was fleeing the city. In what is today France, King Pepin I of Aquitaine and his brother Louis the German revolted against their father, the Frankish Emperor Louis the Pious, the son of Charlemagne. And in the mountains of southern China, the armies of Nan Chao marched out to conquer the lands of Burma. At that time, the society occupying the dry zone around the Irrawaddy was a people who are remembered as the Pew. Exactly who the Pew were and what they called themselves, we have little idea.
That's a pretty good ending.
It seems they spoke a language of
Stupid slow gate, though.
Sino-Tibetan
The gate was too slow.
and lived in a loosely connected group of 5 city-states in the valley of the Irrawaddy. Their culture was heavily influenced by trade with India.
It's just so terrible.
In the preceding centuries, they had imported Buddhism, as well as other Indian cultural concepts, architectural styles, and political structures. And they had based their writing system on the Indian Brahmi script. One 9th century Chinese text, known as the Manchu, or the Book of Southern Barbarians, records the Chinese impressions of this land and the Pew people who lived there.
To the south of Yongchang City, one first passes beyond the lands of the Tang Empire to Phoenix blue jungles, then to vast skies, then to clearings. There lie huge rivers and settlements. They live in multi-storied houses without city walls.
Damn it. That was it. That was the run. I blew it. I blew it that correction. Fucking hell, I got stuck there. It's over. I hate this level. I really hate this stupid level. I hate that level. I feel you. Yo, thanks, man. Thanks, dude. I appreciate that. That made me feel really good. I was still 54. That was it if I didn't get stuck. Terrible.
The armies of Nan Chao
like, it's just so terrible.
Mountain passes, thickly carpeted
Can't believe I got
with
stuck.
forest, and swept through the Burmese lowlands.
Oh, I gotta keep playing this stupid bullshit, man.
Taking both plunder and slaves.
In the 10th year of the Zhenyuan era, Nan Chao sought out and attacked them. On the 21st day of the 12th month of the 3rd
Sorry, I
year
gotta
of
read
the
it after.
Xiantong era, at the cliffs of the Suli River, some 2,000 to 3,000 troops massed.
According to ancient sources,
She unifies us in our
Nan Chao
hatred, it's
reported many
beautiful.
thousands of the
Yeah.
people who lived and farmed in this fertile valley and sent them away into slavery. Among the troops of Nan Chao were a group of cavalry warriors from a people known as the Mien, a small ethnic tribe
Doesn't make you
from the
wonder.
high plateaus who spoke an ancestor of what would become the Burmese language.
Like, really,
But
what
these
am I
troops had
doing?
dreams of going their own
What are
way.
we doing?
And once they had tasted
Are we living
freedom in the valley of
in
the
this?
Irrawaddy,
Are we
they had
enjoying
no
this like
desire to
pool of
return
anger
to
and
Nan
hatred?
Chao.
Is this just group
Used
therapy,
to life
including
in
myself?
the rocky mountain plateaus of the north, the arid plains of Burma
Is it
were
beautiful?
familiar ecology to them. And with the native
Or is
population
it ugly?
there devastated by the Nan Chao raids, their lands were there for the taking. The Mien
Like the
broke
final
away
product
from
of the
kingdom
run, if you
Nan
get it, is
Chao
beautiful.
And decided
I
to
guess
settle
the
in
journey's
this new
beautiful
land.
too.
And ultimately, they would found a kingdom there. Other historians
Can't just skip
contest
to
that
the ending
Burmese
of a movie.
speakers already existed in the valley, and that they were part of the Piao people, and had nothing to do with the Nan Chao raids. But as
And
with
we're learning
everything
about
in these early stages
Marco
of the
Polo,
Chronicles,
ancient
we're left with a
Myanmar,
hazy fog of contradictions
Petra.
and uncertainties, and the answer actually may have been a mix of both. On the other side of the world at the same time, sea-going Norsemen from Scandinavia were arriving in great numbers on the shores of eastern England, sometimes as raiders, sometimes as settlers, and sometimes as refugees. And over the next century, they would come to topple the Saxon kingdoms that ruled them. And as they did so, they would plant a distinctly Norse character on the people of England and the English language that emerged from it. I think it's possible that the Burmese people then settling in the Irrawaddy Valley may have arrived in similarly complex circumstances and formed a similar hybrid culture with the people who lived there. With much of this matter concealed in the fog of history, what we can say with some certainty is that around the year 849, just 17 years after the date given to the Nan Chao raids, the Mien built a walled fortress at a place on the eastern bank of the Irrawaddy River, a place that would later come to be known as Bagan. The chosen location for the city of Bagan owed much to the geography of the land around it. It seems to have been built on the ruins of a previous settlement belonging to the Pew people, and stood on a sizable bend in the meandering course of the Irrawaddy River. The settlement had easy access to water and was surrounded by countryside that would be the most fertile and productive of all Myanmar for the next 500 years. Part of the reason for this was the region's violent geological history. Around 50 kilometers to the southeast of Bagan was a great dormant volcano named Mount Popa. This volcanic cone, covered in thick forest and shaded bamboo groves, is a sacred site that for centuries has been the focal point of worship for the people of Burma. Southwest of Mount Popa is Taung Kalat, or Pedestal Hill, a striking, sheer-sided volcanic plug which rises more than 650 meters above sea level, and where a Buddhist monastery now sits, towering over the forested landscape below. Mount Popa has long been believed to be the home of powerful spirits that the Burmese call Nats, and the worship of these spirits has always existed alongside Buddhist religious practices in a complex relationship. While this soaring mountain rising out of the flat plain has long captured the imaginations and religious sensibilities of the people, it was also partly to thank for the success of their society. The ash that volcanoes spew out during their eruptions is rich in elements such as iron, magnesium, and potassium, minerals that are crucial for the healthy growth of plants. When volcanic rock and ash weather and leach into the soil, these elements are released. And so, combined with the fertility of the silty soil along the river itself and the plentiful water supply, this meant that the soils in this region were immensely productive, and the people of Bagan were able to conduct 2 bountiful rice harvests per year and grow other crops like pulses, sesame, cucumbers, and millet. On the spot that they'd chosen for their new city, the Mien built a thick and high wall out of brick. And they built it according to the traditions of Buddhist cosmology and numerology. The inner wall of Bagan was broken by 12 gates to represent the 12 signs of the zodiac, with 4 main gates at each of the cardinal directions, north, south, east, and west. The walled area of the city wasn't huge, little over a square kilometre in fact, but the walls contained only the palaces of the kings and the headquarters of his administration. Outside this fortified centre, a sprawling city would soon grow up around it, much of it built out of teak and bamboo that has left little trace in the archaeological record. By the mid-10th century, a king was in place in Bagan, although we don't know the exact names and dates for these early kings. One 9th century Arab traveller to India and Burma, named Suleiman Nadwi, wrote an account of the powerful army that one king of Burma fielded.
They say that when he marches to battle, he is accompanied by about 50,000 elephants. He campaigns only in winter. These elephants cannot stand thirst, and so they
I don't think it is. I don't think it is, man.
They say that
It's close, though. It's really
even
close.
The washermen amounted between 10 and 15,000.
Oh.
Thanks to the ongoing study of inscriptions, we do know the names of at least 2 kings who ruled around the turn of the first millennium, Nyang U Saurahan and Kiang Pi Min, both of whom were once considered to be legendary. By the year 1004, a Chinese source from the Song dynasty records an ambassador arriving from what they called the Pu'ukan kingdom, which is thought to refer to Bagan. And it seems this ambassador was seeking recognition from Song China, which was then considered the great power in the region, suggesting that the kingdom of Bagan was now confident enough to look outwards and assert itself to its neighbours.
Oh,
but
what?
reliable sources on these
I tried to cheat
kings
too
are
much.
extremely thin, and all mixed up
Oh,
with
I
legend.
think that's. I
The
think I
first
could
king
shave off
of
half a
Bagan
second there,
who steps
maybe.
out of the historical record in
Oh.
full colour would not come for another half-century. He was long considered the founder of the Bagan Empire, and although we now know that it was likely in existence for 2 centuries or so before his reign, he is arguably its first great king, and certainly the king who would lead it to new and glorious heights. He was a man named Anaurata. Anaurata's early life was one of upheaval and family conflict. His father was the king, but he had been a usurper on the throne of Bagan, having overthrown the previous king in a rebellion. And like most usurpers, Anaurata's father lived in constant fear of one day being overthrown himself. Anaurata grew up as a prince in the palace, with his 2 older stepbrothers.
It wasn't it. It was good
named
practice, but it wasn't
Gyges
it.
and Sokate. These brothers were actually the sons of the previous king, but Anaurata's father had adopted them and raised them as his own, and so they grew up together. But his older stepbrothers, Gyges and Sokate, always treated the younger Anaurata as though he were an inferior, something that must have rankled the young prince. And it's clear that these 2 brothers also dreamed of one day reclaiming some of the glory that their adoptive father had stolen from them. While he was still a boy, Anaurata's treacherous brothers plotted a coup to overthrow his now aging father, as the Glass Palace Chronicle recalls.
When Gyges and Sokate came of age, they built a pleasant monastery and said to King Kunsor, "Come and call thy blessings on the monastery." And the king took no heed, nor scrutiny, but hearkened to them. And Gyges and Sokate seized the king and threatened him and made him become a monk. And they spread the rumor far and wide that the king, in his zeal for bliss hereafter, had become a monk.
This palace coup must have scandalized the royal court. And despite the relative commonness of coups of this kind, the historians of Burma are clear in their view on it. The Glass Palace Chronicle recounts how a number of evil omens accompanied this shocking act.
About the time of his fall, a miracle was seen in the Pato Pagoda. The Friday star trampled on the moon. The moon was a full circle on the 2nd day of waxing. The earth quaked 7 days. The water stood still in the river.
First, the brother named Gyges ruled as king, but the chronicles recall that he was killed one day by a hunter who mistook him for a deer.
He built a royal box in the marshes of the Chin and visited the 10 villages of Bangi, hunting deer. One day a hunter lay waiting for famine at the place where they drank water. The king likewise came to the spot to wait for deer, and the hunter knew not that it was the king, but shot with the bow and hit him that he died. He passed at the age of 28. About the time of his death, an ogre laughed for a full half-month and threw stones at the palace.
After this unfortunate accident, the other treacherous brother Sokate took the throne. And it's perhaps not unreasonable to wonder whether this story of the hunter accidentally killing the king might actually be a polite way for the chroniclers to get around the fact that the new king had actually had his brother Gyges assassinated. Through all of this upheaval and treachery, the boy Anaurata seems to have simply got on with things. He was allowed to keep his royal status at court and to live there with his mother, and in exchange he attended to the 2 kings, who had overthrown his father and taken away the throne that would one day have been his. But when Anaurata had reached the age of 30, King Socrate took things too far. He referred to Anaurata at court using the word Yita Naume, a compound word that means something like brother-son. Confused by this, Anaurata traveled to the monastery where his father had been exiled and asked him what it meant. To the old, embittered former king, the meaning of this was clear. Socrate intended to marry Anaurata's mother.
Anaurata told that word to his father, King Gyeongbyu, and his father said, "Because he wishes to take thy mother, thus he speaks." And Anaurata was exceedingly angry, and he begged for the horse and weapons and gear that Sakra gave his father. And his father gave him the Arendama lance, the Thilawunta sword, the ruby ring, and the ruby hairpin.
It's hard to know whether Anaurata was truly motivated by his mother's honor, or whether he had been planning this the whole time and had just now found a convenient excuse. Whatever the case, Anaurata rose in rebellion against his stepbrother. He fled to the holy volcano, Mount Popa, and marshaled his forces there, gathering lords and chieftains who had had enough of the brothers' treacherous antics. Then he marched on the capital of Bagan. The Glass Palace Chronicle records what happened next.
Now, when he had mustered his forces, he marched on Bagan
What?
and sent
Like
a
what?
message to his brother saying, "Will you give up
Oh,
the throne,
man.
or will you do battle?" And when Socrate heard the words of his younger brother, he was exceedingly wrathful and answered, "His mother's milk is yet wet upon his lips, and he says he will fight me. Let all my ministers look on. I will fight him, man to man, on horseback." When Anaurata heard his brother's words, he was glad. And when the appointed day was come, he took the lance and sword his father had given him, and mounted the demon horse, and came to the stream of Tamati. And Socrate his brother saw him coming, and went forth to meet him. Then said Anaurata, "Brother, you the elder strike first." And Socrate thrust at him with his lance, but Anaurata parried it with the Arendama lance, and it reached not his body, but pierced the pommel of his saddle. And when Socrate saw it, he was sore afraid and trembled. Then said Anaurata, "Brother, your turn is
What
over.
an emote. Anomaly.
Now it is mine.
Sick emote.
Meet it as best you can." And he smote him and pierced him with the Arendama lance, so that it went in at the front and came out behind. And Socrates' horse ran away with him to the river, and there he died.
This encounter, as rendered in the Glass Palace Chronicle, feels like something out of the Arthurian legends, complete with chivalric duels, legendary weapons of great power, and the fight to save a woman's honor. We would be foolish to take it at face value as a historical source, but it does give us a sense for the turbulent political landscape of medieval Myanmar, and what must have seemed like the clashing of great heroic forces, the stuff of medieval romances, of myth and poetry. With his brother defeated, Anaurata took the throne. The chronicle records that Anaurata was riven with guilt over the death of his brother, and attempted to soothe his conscience with the construction of great temples and works of infrastructure throughout the kingdom.
Anaurata could not sleep for full 6 months because he had slain.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna take a break, eat dinner, and then I
Then
might
Sakra visited
try
him
again
with a
later.
dream,
Maybe not, though.
saying, "King, if thou wouldst mitigate thine evil deed in sinning against thine elder brother, build many pagodas, monasteries and rest houses, and share the merit with thine elder brother. Devise thou many wells, ponds, dams and ditches, fields and canals, and share the merit with thine elder brother.
Archaeological evidence does show that Anaurata was indeed a prolific builder. Soon after coming to the throne in the year 1044, he marched into the north to secure the northern border and built 43 forts along the Irrawaddy River. The north was traditionally the gateway to Burma, the lands through which all potential conquerors had previously marched, and so it's clear he was keen to secure his land from invasion. King Anaurata built his network of fortresses as an armoured corridor that protected the valuable farmlands of the north and allowed his armies to move quickly along well-supplied routes. He also fortified many of the towns in this region, building strong city walls and garrisons. While in the north, he also built extensive irrigation canals and improved the existing water infrastructure to get the most out of the land's potential. And many of the canals and reservoirs that he built are still in use today, nearly 1,000 years later.
Might do
Having
one
secured the
more
north to his
54,
satisfaction, King
and then I'm gonna
Anaurata
sign off, I
turned his
think.
attention
I gotta
to the
eat
south.
dinner. I gotta take a break. I'm just getting, like, I feel like I get
The
nauseous,
coastal
you know what I
cities
mean?
of southern Myanmar were a clutter of independent city-states, many of which had grown wealthy on the traffic of trade that passed by sea to the lands of India and China. Passage through the mountains that surround Myanmar was difficult, and so most goods that came into the country flowed through these port towns. Having the good farmland was one thing, but if Bagan had to keep paying the trade tariffs to these wealthy port cities, it could never become the kind of great power that King Anaurata clearly dreamed of. According to the chronicles, he marched south and first besieged the city of Thaton, as the Glass Palace Chronicle records, although it's worth noting that in its typically exaggerated style, it's probably multiplying the size of the army by at least a factor of 1,000.
He gathered all his mighty men of valor and marched by land and water. By water, he sent 800,000 boats and 80 million fighting men. By land, he made his 4 generals march up front, while he marched forth with the main army in the rear. His land force, it is said, contained 800,000 elephants, 8 million horses, and 18 million fighting men. It is said that the line of troops was so long that when the first troops of the army reached the frontier of Thaton territory, the rear guard still had not departed from the capital.
Seeing as this enormous force would far exceed the population of Burma today, and would have constituted about a quarter of the world's total population at the time, we can assume this is an exaggeration. But through exaggeration, the chronicles make their point. The army was no doubt impressive. With this force, he laid siege to the city of Thaton, and after holding out for 3 months, the city capitulated. From there, Anaurata absorbed a number of the other coastal cities into what was now becoming a true empire. By this time, the city of Bagan had earned itself the Sanskrit title Arimadana Pura, or the city that tramples its enemies. Linking his capital to these coastal cities meant that Bagan was now connected by sea routes to the great centres of culture in India, and perhaps most crucially, with the island of Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka is a nation off the coast of southern India, and for much of its history it has held on to a distinct cultural character. While Buddhism in its homeland of mainland India had mostly died out by this point, it had survived in Sri Lanka, and this island nation had become the heartland of an ancient and austere form of Buddhism known as Theravada. These new cultural links would transform the culture and religion of Myanmar and bring it into contact with new forms of religious thought. And for King Anaurata, freshly returned from the battlefields of the south, they would provide an irresistible opportunity. That was a chance to take on some of his oldest rivals. Not an enemy kingdom or empire, but an institution at the heart of his own kingdom, the Buddhist Church itself. For centuries, a strain of Buddhism known as Ari Buddhism was the predominant form of religion in Myanmar. Ari Buddhism was a hybrid form of Tibetan Buddhism and drew heavily on traditional Burmese beliefs. As a result, their practices were quite different to how we might picture a Buddhist monk today. Unlike in most strains of Buddhism, the Ari monks grew beards and had long hair. They wore blue-black robes dyed with indigo, drank alcohol, and practiced a form of martial arts similar to boxing. They rode horses and even occasionally went to war. They also worshipped the figure of the Naga, a powerful form of snake spirit drawn from Hindu mythology, and built statues depicting these in their temple. Owing to their long history in Burma, the Ari monks enjoyed enormous power in the kingdom of Bagan. They owned vast estates and held enormous stores of wealth. The Mahayazawin, or Great Chronicle, even records the scandalous claim that the monks were practicing a version of the rite of prima nocte, or first night, taking the virginity of brides before their wedding nights.
From then on, the sons and daughters of all, starting with and including
I do not agree with this.
ministers, generals, village administrators, at that time when preparing to get married, must be sent to the monks at nightfall to give the prime of their flower of virginity.
Oh no, I'm so sorry. This is so terrible.
They were freed and
Like I
allowed.
don't know why
The
this
king
dirty,
had
creepy
ensured
guy's
had
reading this.
become
I'm sorry, I
virgins,
disagree with it.
and he was
So terrible.
disconsolate to hear and
Jesus
observe
Christ.
such wrong
Like it's just so
practices.
evil.
It's hard to know whether to take
I
this
can't.
scurrilous claim seriously,
Terrible.
or whether it was a later piece of royal propaganda designed to discredit these monks.
Interesting.
But one thing was for certain: the Ari monks were extremely powerful, and King Anaurata had long dreamed of crushing their establishment and remaking the church in a different image. An image more closely under the control of the crown. King Anaurata would find the opportunity to do this when he met a visiting sage named Shin Arahan. This Shin Arahan was from the south of Myanmar, the region Anaurata had recently absorbed. The sage had traveled in Sri Lanka, and he told King Anaurata of the merits of the different branch of Buddhism practiced there, a branch that claimed to be the closest to the original teachings of the Buddha. This was the Theravada Buddhism, incubated in the ground Sri Lankan cities of Anuradhapura and Polonnaruwa. This strain of Buddhism emphasizes priests living simple lives, living by begging, not eating after midday, refusing all intoxicants, and not even touching money. Considering the seemingly uncontrollable nature of Burma's Ari monks, to King Anaurata, this must have sounded ideal. The Glass Palace Chronicle recounts the king's conversion as a spiritual epiphany.
The king was full
How
of
was the
joy
gate?
and
Was the
rapture,
gate fast?
And spoke again, entreating him,
I can't
"My lord,
remember. That might be
preach
it.
me somewhat, yes, but a little, of the law preached by the Lord, the Master."
Oh.
And Shin Arahan preached the law, beginning
What?
with the things not to be neglected.
That ending was so good,
Then
man.
the king's heart was full of
What?
faith, steadfast and immovable. Faith sank into him as oil
It's just
filtered
so
100
dumb,
times,
guys.
soaks into cotton 100 times
Like
teased.
what?
Perhaps King Anaurata was genuinely moved by the sage's teachings, but it's clear he also spotted an opportunity. if he brought this new branch of Buddhism to his kingdom, he could weaken the hold of the Ari monks. And so King Anaurata went to war with the church. First, the king went after the monks' ability to recruit. He brought in new laws that meant that common people were no longer obliged to give up their young children to become monks, as they had been before.
Sheesh,
Next,
yo.
he changed the law to remove
That was a freaking clean ending,
for those
man.
who deserted their life as a monk. As a result, many dissatisfied monks
Couldn't remember the gate,
simply
if the
hung
gate
up
was
their
slow or
robes
not.
and
I
left
think the gate
to
might have
do
been
something
slow.
else. Bit by bit, Anaurata chipped away at the monks' power with every tool at his disposal.
My endings improved a lot.
There
this
were,
session.
of course, those who fought the changes. Anaurata banished thousands of monks who resisted his reforms. Many of these fled to the nearby volcano of Mount Popa, or east into the narrow forested valleys of the Shan Hills. And while they were never completely wiped out, they would never again wield the same power.
Okay, I'm gonna play for 13 more minutes.
To celebrate
maybe.
the conversion
Maybe
of
less.
his land, Anaurata sent an envoy to Sri Lanka and asked rather boldly that their most precious relic, a tooth belonging to the Buddha himself, be sent to Myanmar to be placed in one of his great temples. The Sri Lankans understandably refused, but at the last moment they remembered that they had a spare, and the envoy was sent back to Burma with what they were told was another tooth of the Buddha. Like the small fragments of wood taken from the cross used at Jesus' crucifixion that showed up in churches across medieval Europe, teeth of the Buddha had a way of multiplying in Southeast Asia, according to the
Sorry,
needs
I don't
of the
mean to
people.
burp on stream.
But
I'm sorry,
it was
I'm just
good
so
enough
nauseous, I'm
for
so done in this
Anaurata.
level. I hate this
When the
level
new
so
tooth
much.
relic arrived in the capital
I just
by
don't want
boat,
to play this
the
anymore.
king himself waded out into the river to meet it. Anaurata was an effective ruler, but at times he could also be uncompromising and harsh. While he was often able to achieve what he wanted
I
in his
hate this
kingdom,
stupid level,
he did
man.
this
Like, it's so
largely at the
stupid, man.
expense of his popularity. And this is nowhere more apparent than in the story that is remembered as the tragic romance of his son, Kyansittha. Kyansittha was a great general, and had led his father's armies into battle many times. And when the people in the region of Pegu complained about raiders destroying their homes and stealing their animals, the king sent Kyansittha to deal with the situation. The story goes that the prince saw off the raiders, and the people of Pegu were so grateful that they sent him home with various gifts for the king. Gifts of gold, hairs belonging to the Buddha, and a beautiful young woman
Like, what?
named
Like,
Wu
why?
Qing, intended to
Why?
be offered to the king as a bride. But on the journey home, Prince Kyansittha and Wu Qing fell in love. When Anaurata found out about this Arthurian betrayal, he exiled his own son, who was forced to flee across the countryside of Myanmar and go into hiding. This story, with its forbidden love, betrayal and dramatic finale, has proved irresistible to generations of playwrights, songwriters and poets in Myanmar. But ultimately, it seems that this uncompromising nature would finally lead to the downfall of King Anaurata. On the 11th of April, 1077, the king was riding through the outskirts of Bagan on the back of his elephant. The chronicles record that a tree spirit that the king had previously displeased appeared in the guise of a wild buffalo and gored him to death, and then demons took away his body, so that it was never found. Much more likely is that the king's unpopularity finally got the better of him, and he was ambushed and killed by a group of rivals who ensured that no evidence remained of their crime. The chronicles recall his death with great sorrow.
Thus this noble king, full of glory, might of arm and dominion, who for full 33 years of royal prosperity had advanced the welfare of the religion, his own welfare, and that of the generations of his sons, grandsons, and great-grandsons, died at the age of 75. About the time of his death, bees clave to the throne door of the palace. An ogre laughed from the top of the Tarabah gate, and luster of the royal sword faded, and a vulture alighted on the palace.
After the death of the great king Anaurata, his son Saulu took the throne at the age of 26. Although not particularly young by the standards of royalty, he would soon gain the title Min Lulin, or the Boy King, on account of his inexperienced and naive style of ruling. After only 5 years of mismanaging the kingdom, he faced a rebellion in the south, among the Mon people who lived in the coastal cities that his father had conquered. For not the first time, the chronicles recall a quite unlikely sounding version of events. In this version of the story, the king Saulu lost at a game of dice with one of his nobles, a childhood friend of his named Yaman Khan, and in a fit of sore losing rage, he dared the noble to rebel against him.
One day the king and Yaman Khan played at dice, and Yaman Khan won, and he rose up and clapped his elbows. Said King Saulu, "You have won a mere game of dice, and you dare to arise and clap your elbows. If you are a man, rebel with Pegu, your province." "In truth?" asked Yaman Khan. "We kings," said the king, "should we utter anything but truth?"
According to the chronicle, Yaman Khan promptly returned to Pegu and started a rebellion, as the king had suggested. While this account may not exactly be true, it probably does contain some truth about the character of King Saulu, who by all accounts had a petty and childish nature, and seems to have treated the business of ruling as though it were little more than a game. Now facing an open rebellion, the childish King Saulu turned to someone that his father had long ago exiled for the crime of falling in love with a woman promised to him. That is, his half-brother, the romantic hero of songs and poetry, the man named Kyansitha.
Okay, 5 more minutes, and then I gotta eat dinner.
Kyansitha
I'm gonna sign off for
came
5
out of
minutes.
exile and agreed to help the childish king lead his armies against the rebellion in the south. But King Saulu would prove to have no better judgment on the battlefield than off it, and he would be fooled one day by a devious ploy.
King Saulu
I
and
hate this. I hate this stupid fucking level. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it.
Saying, "It is too late today. Tomorrow we shall fight." Then in the dim moonlight, Yaman Khan came forth and provoked them to do battle. So they followed and fought without heed or observation. And the king Saulu, thinking that an elephant figure sat in the mud was a real elephant, set forth to fight, and the royal elephant he was riding fell into the mud and stuck. And King Saulu climbed down from his back and ran, and entering a hole in the banyan tree in the forest, hid there. And his elephant was captured, and the whole army was despoiled and fled. There was none to stop them.
Saulu was soon found hiding in the banyan tree, and was taken into captivity by the rebel Yaman Khan. According to another slightly fantastical episode in the Chronicles,
why?
Saulu did
What?
actually have one chance to escape, when the hero Kyansitha personally snuck into the enemy camp to rescue him. But Saulu feared that Kyansitha secretly wanted to kill him, and he refused to go with his rescuer. He believed that the rebel Yaman Khan, who had been his friend, and who he had played many games of dice with, would not harm him.
And he stole him from the place where he was kept. Now while Kyansitha bare him on his shoulders, Saulu thought, "Kyansitha is one whom my father has injured, whom I have injured. I fear he steals me away to kill me. But Yaman Khan is son of my tutor. Surely he will not kill me." Solu yelled out, "Kianzita is stealing me!" Kianzita exclaimed, "Then die, you fool! Die the death of a dog at the hands of these scum!" Flung him down and ran for his life. He swam across the Irrawaddy and eventually made back to safety.
But like many of his other calculations, Saulu's gamble didn't pay off. Fearing more escape attempts, Yaman Khan had the king killed in April of the year 1084. In the game of life, it seems the king Saulu was always rolling
55.
ones. After the death of Saulu, Kiansita continued to lead the royal armies of Bagan against Yaman Khan's rebellion, and the rebel leader fled south on the river on his opulent golden barge. Kiansita sent a hunter named Yasin to follow him and to kill him if he could. The
Yo,
chronicle
what's up, One
recounts
Oculus?
what happened next.
And Yasin the hunter caught him up below Yawatha, and he climbed a fig tree
Whoa.
and uttered notes like the voice of a bird.
Is that a Joey Woe?
When Yaman Khan heard that sound, he opened the door
From the
of
90s?
golden raft and looked, saying,
From Blossom?
"What bird is that? Uttering
Whoa.
notes so sweet and
No.
wonderful." Now he had but one good eye, and Yasin the hunter,
What's up?
from the place where he waited peeping, drew his bow and shot, and hit the eye of Yaman Khan, and he died.
Welcome, welcome. I'm actually about to
Now
sign
the
off.
once exiled
But yeah, welcome.
Kiansita was the only person in line for the throne.
I need to get some dinner.
Kiansita came to the throne on the 21st of April, 1084,
This is the run.
and assumed the
This is
title
the run.
Shri
Did I get stuck there? I might have.
Dharmaraja,
This
which
is the
means
run, though.
something like Fortunate Buddhist King,
Welcome.
Son of the Three Worlds. In many ways, he was the perfect uniting figure for the country after such a period of violence and division.
Oh, like,
While in
what? Like,
exile
what?
from his father,
It's so
he
dumb.
had lived for 7
I'm gonna
years
sign off.
in the
Yeah,
Mon
sorry.
region,
Sorry.
among those coastal
What's the video
cities.
playing?
And there
Oh,
he
in the
developed
reaction to
a
that,
genuine
yeah.
love for the Mon people and
It's
culture.
like a Marco Polo
Kiansita invited
in
Mon
Myanmar
nobles to
history.
court
I don't know the
appointed
name of the
them to
video
high positions
because it's
in
on
the kingdom,
autoplay.
some of whom had been
But when I
part
sign
of the
off, I'll
rebellion
paste the
only years
link in
before.
the chat.
The result of this
But it's like
generous
Marco
approach was a
Polo,
long period of peace
Myanmar,
in Myanmar, and with that peace came a
history.
period of great prosperity.
We watch a
During
lot
this
of
time,
ancient
the
histories
capital
and stuff.
city of Bagan grew to previously
Don't worry about
unimaginable
it.
size and wealth.
We watch a lot of
Population
random ancient
boomed as a
history,
result
ancient
of the
technology.
growing agricultural potential of the city, but Bagan also attracted people from across the region: artists, sculptors, masons, architects, monks, scholars, and teachers. We can track the booming of the city in the ever-increasing number of temples that were built in the 300 years after the reign of King Anawrahta, each of which we can reliably date with carbon dating. During this time, as many as 4,000 temples were built, along with thousands more brick structures supporting them. Many of these temples had vast stupas, or domed shrines, at their center, and the effort and expense of
We've had
constructing these
two
must have been
really good
enormous.
runs today.
This
Two,
building
like,
effort would have required
spectacular
an army
runs.
of
We've had a lot of
masons,
54s, but
carpenters,
two were
plasterers,
really
and sculptors, gold and silversmiths,
the
either paid in
latest
cash
two.
or working in exchange for food, animals.
Well, the last one,
and
not the
land.
last one, but the previous.
These artists would have required the support of an even larger array of supporting industries. Masons required brick builders, who required firewood brought by lumberjacks and porters. The sculptors of countless statues of the Buddha needed miners of marble and dolerite, and elephant trainers to transport the heavy stone blocks. And all of them needed rice, fruit, vegetables, meat and game, and of course the alcoholic spirits brewed from rice, or the foaming toddy made from the fermented sap of the palm tree. With work to be had in every corner of the city, people traveled for thousands of kilometers to find employment in the enormous construction site that the city of Bagan had become. At one point, the Glass Palace Chronicle lists the professions of people who were deported from a conquered city during the reign of King Anaurata, and from it we get a sense of all the ways that someone could make their livelihood in the city of Bagan.
Thereafter he sent away separately, without mixing, such men as were skilled in carving.
What is that?
And painting.
What does that involve?
Masons,
what does that mean?
molders of plaster and flower patterns. Blacksmiths, silversmiths.
What does that mean? Just like meats and stuff?
Founders of gongs and cymbals. Filigree flower workers. Doctors and trainers of elephants and horses. Makers of shields, round and embossed. Men skilled in frying, parching, baking, and frizzling. Yakin hairdressers, and men cunning in perfumes.
Under 50 grams of carbs,
flowers,
wow.
And the juices of
That's
flowers.
crazy.
From the small fortress capital that it had once been, Bagan expanded to fill an area of more than 100 square kilometers, or more than twice the size of ancient Rome. Estimates for the population around this time range as high as 400,000 people living in the city alone. During this time, many of the largest temples were constructed, and the largest of all is the temple known as the Tat Yin Temple. Consecrated in the year 1144, the vast spired pagoda of this temple rises to a height of over 61 meters, or more than 20 stories. Another temple nearby is called the Ananda Temple, and it rises to a height of 51 meters. This temple served not only as a place of worship, but also as a monastery and a library. The temple's first and second floors were used as the residence of monks, while the third floor was used to hold images. The fourth floor was used to store manuscripts and books, and the fifth and top floor stored the precious relics. The building of temples in Bagan was seen as the ultimate form of devotion that a king could engage in. When one later king, Alama Situ, dedicated the completing of the Shui Gugi pagoda, he spoke the following prayer, in which he envisions the temples as a kind of grand infrastructure of the soul, as a bridge across samsara, or the endless cycle of rebirth, and towards eternal enlightenment.
By this abundant merit,
It's a bit wide. I think I just threw it away by going wide there at the end like an idiot.
angelic pomp of Brahmas, Suras,
So long, how good my cooking was. Oh, man, that one was good one.
not even to be the pupil
Oh.
of the conqueror. But I would build a causeway sheer across the river of Samsara, and all folk would speed across thereby until they reached the blessed city.
These temples were held in the highest reverence. One of the inscriptions at the unfinished Mingun Patodaugi temple, built some time after the Bagan era,
home
contains the
cooking
following
just feels so
blessings
good
for
after.
those who respect
I always
the sanctity
feel
of the
amazing
temple,
after
as
eating
well as a series of
a homemade
blistering
meal.
curses
I always
against
make a
any
huge salad.
damage or desecrate it.
I always make an
Who
obscenely
favors
large
and
salad.
upholds, like me, the gift of faith, which I thus offer with all
I
my
eat like a
heart.
family salad.
May he, my son or grandson,
For
or any
myself.
future king who comes after me, queens, princes, royal ministers, high or low, may he be favored above others with the wheel of treasure. May he be endued like King Mandata with glory, majesty, and power.
I'm so close. Yeah, man. Did you see that run, man? Did you like?
An oil lamp here.
Man.
May he be oppressed with the 8 dangers, the 10 punishments, the 32 results of karma, the 8 calamities, the 96 diseases. May he be suddenly overtaken with a great affliction which 1,000 doctors may not avail to cure. Having suffered thus for long, generation after generation, when his bodily elements dissolve, may he suffer by going in and out among the 8 chief hells, and the 12 minor hells, and the 40 limbos of Yama and Lokika, May he suffer with the hosts of demons, titans, and hungry ghosts. Even if he survive all these sufferings, may he revisit 5,000 times these lands in the form of a boneless and miserable creature, a ghost, a worm, a water leech.
While royal annals, like the Glass Palace Chronicle, are extremely detailed on the comings and goings of Bagan's kings, unfortunately, they have very little to say about what life was like
Doesn't
for
show,
the
yeah, that
average
guy's
person
crazy.
during this time. For a picture of daily life for the average person in Bagan, we can turn to the pages of the classical poetry of Myanmar. Myanmar has had a great poetic tradition for centuries, and the time of Bagan was no exception. Many poets flourished among its scholarly communities, in its temples and royal courts, and the manuscripts that these scholars produced were exceptionally valuable. Records show that in the year 1273, a complete set of the Buddhist texts, known as the Tripitaka, cost up to 3,000 kyats, or nearly 50 kilos of silver. That would be enough to buy more than 5,000 acres of rice land, 4 large monasteries, or 150 slaves. The exceeding expense of these texts meant that literacy was never widespread, and most common people would not learn to read or write.
It's not it though.
One 15th century poet named Shin Maharatatara wrote a poem that describes the qualities required.
Oh my god, my god, my god. Guys. Guys and gals.
If one does not try with the
Especially men
eagerness of a
training, nice.
daring eagle that firmly
Nice.
catches a hen, if one does not study and ponder, does not question and does not discuss, and knows only how to read palm leaves, how can one become a well-known man of letters? Like a cat eating a shrimp with special enjoyment, a learner must study all texts. He must become sharp as teeth of a saw penetrating deeply into all discussed matters, to unravel the subject from beginning to end without fear like a lion.
I think that run or the previous one I had a fast. I think the previous one I had a fast entry through the lock gate, and that's why I thought it was 53, because it was abnormally fast, abnormally compared to my normal.
Gives a description of the diet of an ordinary farmer, who supplements his
I thought it
meals
was it,
of
but it
rice
wasn't,
and curry with
because I like
various
strafed
kinds of
through the
animal
lock
life that he finds in his
gate
fields.
perfectly. I hate this stupid thing.
The peasant ploughs his field, and in his rice fields are water-filled holes, home to many small crabs. Tossing these into his shoulder basket, together with frogs, snails, supu plants, kazoon and kinhon leaves, and pilo, all for his curry. Stoopingly, he goes back home. Sweet and juicy is the curry, cooked on arrival and laid out quickly with kianhing and kiwetna vegetables. The rice is hot, and the curry is hot with pungent spices that make one suck. Scooping sizable handfuls, bending he eats, surrounded on all sides by his sons and grandsons.
That's a terrible line. I might as well just reset. It was really bad.
Another source of information is the painted walls of certain temples and pagodas in Bagan, which show us a little of the city's dress styles too, at least among the wealthy. The people's costumes in these paintings are combinations of Indian and Chinese cultures. They wore long dresses and shawls, with most of the materials made of silk and cotton. Both men and women wore bangles on their wrists and arms, necklaces and foot chains, and seemed to have worn jeweled belts on their waists. One prominent cultural practice among many ethnic groups in Burma was extensive tattooing, especially of the legs, and this would likely have been evident on the streets of Bagan. One European visitor in the 19th century commented on this practice.
Every male Burman is tattooed in his boyhood from the middle to his knees. In fact, he has a pair of breeches tattooed on him. The pattern is a fanciful medley of animals and arabesques.
But ultimately, the people who lived out their countless lives in the streets and alleys of Bagan, farming rice and cucumbers, tending to their animals, and constructing the temples, have been forgotten, and it's only the raging dramas of the royal court that have been remembered in any true detail. In the coming centuries, those dramas would reach a fever pitch. Throughout his reign, King Kyansita struggled to have a son, so much so that he almost lost hope. Without a son to provide a clear line of inheritance, the kingdom could be thrust into civil war. When a son was finally born to him in the year 1090, he was so overjoyed that he immediately crowned the baby boy king and stepped down to serve only as his regent. The boy was called Sittu. Kyansita would die 22 years later, and his son Sittu took the throne with no opposition. Like his father, he would be an excellent ruler in terms of politics and warfare, but it seems he wasn't the best parent. He had several sons, but before they could come of age, it became clear that for one reason or another, his oldest son was not suitable for the throne, and so Sittu had him banished. The second son, who would go on
these
to take
stories
the
are so
throne,
epic,
was a
man.
man named Naratu, and he has been
Like, our
remembered
problems
to
today are
history
so
as a
much
tyrant
not
and
as
a
terrible as
psychopath.
threatened being
When King
banished.
Sittu finally fell ill in his old age, this impatient son took the
Or sending
opportunity
friggin'
to speed up his inheritance.
ladies to monks.
Now, when he
Young
reached
ladies
the
to
age
monks.
of 101,
Terrible.
he fell
Absolutely terrible.
grievously sick. His son Naratu removed him from the throne and kept him within Shwegu Pagoda. And the king recovered consciousness a while and said, "This is not my palace. Whose trickery is this?" And the king was convulsed with anger. His whole body burned like fire. Then his
Oh,
son
man.
Naratu thought, "If the king arises from his sickness, I shall be utterly destroyed." So with clothes and garments, he pressed down the king until he died.
Naratu wanted to take the throne for himself, but there was still the problem of his banished older brother. He devised a plan to place his brother on the throne first, to make things look a little less suspicious. But of course, he would not sit there for long.
When he reached Lepenpool, Narathu, according to the oath he had sworn, went down to the boat and, shouldering his brother's sword, he raised and set him on the throne. After his anointing, his food was poisoned, and that night he died.
With all these threats dealt with, King Naratu ascended to the throne himself, and he would rule in a predictably tyrannical style, as the Glass Palace Chronicle recalls.
King Narathu had once been the demon guardian of a mountain who had
What?
shaded the Lord.
Like,
so
come
he was
on,
great
man.
in glory,
Like,
might,
what?
and
It's so,
dominion. His ministers, both great and
What?
small, his followers, and all the people stood
dumb,
in
man.
fear and awe.
This is the dumbest run.
He raged furiously with wrath and pride. The king was brutal and savage. His queens, concubines, and handmaids stood in fear and awe of him, and loved him not, but hated him, and cursed him in their hearts. All the inhabitants of the kingdom starved in toil and sweat, and many forts, villages, and domains were ruined.
Seemingly desperate to assuage his guilt for his heinous actions, Naratu increasingly isolated himself in his palace and ordered the construction of what he intended to be the largest and most ambitious of all of Bagan's temples, known as the Dharmayangi Temple. But Naratu would not live to see this great temple completed. It's not clear who gave the order, but Naratu was in his palace one day when he was approached by a group of 8 men dressed as monks. When the men got close enough to the king, they drew their daggers and each stabbed him. When they were sure that he was dead, in a kind of suicide pact, they turned their knives on each other and themselves, as the Glass Palace Chronicle records.
They ascended the palace and drew nigh the king, encircling him under guise of presenting the conch and nezergrass, and they pierced the king with the sword until he died. Thereafter, they pursued the minister Thedeka to pierce him, but they could not catch him. Then they pierced their own bodies with the sword and died, all 8 of them.
The reign of King Naratu did great damage to the kingdom of Bagan and harmed its reputation abroad. But in the end, it wasn't tyranny, rebellion, or kingly blundering that brought down the empire. After several more royal assassinations, coups, and throne seizures, the kingdom would eventually
Can't wait to air fry
return
some
to
veggies,
peace
nice.
under the long reign
Good
of
air fry,
King
cool.
named Narapati Sittu, who
Yeah,
would
I bet,
reign
man.
until the year 1211. But all this time, the forces that would eventually tear this great city of temples apart were already at work. In fact, in an ironic twist of fate, it would be the temples themselves that would contribute to the gradual weakening and the eventual fall of this entire civilization.
This is so dumb. No, I haven't. I haven't, dude. I'm gonna do one more, like 54, 55.
Despite the efforts
Then I'm gonna
of
sign
King
off. Thank you.
Anawrahta to rein in the
Maybe.
excessive
Maybe.
power and wealth of the Ari monks, the Theravada church that replaced
Was that
them
4
would
hours?
soon become just as
4
wealthy.
freaking hours of
And
this?
by the height of Bagan's golden age, it would far surpass the wealth and power that its predecessors had enjoyed. For the rulers of Bagan, the church was a powerful tool.
I mean, I like hanging out with
building
y'all.
their own legitimacy
Oh,
among
this
their
big ugly great
subjects.
level. Like, I
Kings of
enjoy the
Burma
stream. I enjoy
ruled
streaming and
under
hanging
the
out with you,
title
but
Dharmarata,
just this level, like,
meaning
man.
a king who would uphold the duties of the church. Whenever a new king was crowned, he would begin his reign by lavishing gifts on nearby religious institutions, building new temples and donating plots of land to the monks. But it wasn't just the king who contributed to these institutions.
Terrible
The
line.
church also encouraged private citizens to donate land and money in exchange for benefits when they were reborn in the next life. One ancient Burmese poem offers
why?
a starkly transactional
Like, why?
approach to these incentives, offering a kind of tiered system of rewards.
He who gives and urges others to give things to charities will be reborn rich, surrounded by numerous attendants and holding vast possessions. He will be a shining moon in the assembly of men. He who earnestly encourages others to give donations freely, while himself offering nothing. In future rebirths will be deficient in material belongings, yet many attendants and relatives, sons and grandsons will be in his entourage. Whosoever neither himself is generous nor urges others to be, will encounter evil fate after his body's dissolution. Never feeling satiated, scarcely finding eating plants, showing hunger day and night, he will become a hungry spirit, meeting all kinds of misery.
With such punishments awaiting those who refuse to donate to the church in the next life, it's not hard to see why people donated freely and generously. These donations of gold, goods, and labor made the church incredibly wealthy. But it was the donations of land that really tipped the balance in the kingdom. Anything given to the church was given forever. And so as time went on, an increasingly large amount of the landmass of Myanmar and much of its productive farmland was slowly donated away, piece by piece, to the Buddhist church. This wouldn't have been so much of a problem, except for one thing. That's the fact that, according to a long-standing tradition, The Buddhist church in Bagan was exempt from paying all taxes. This meant that these large temple estates ended up acting like tax havens. Today, the equivalent of 10% of the world's wealth is held in tax havens, where the rich keep their money to avoid paying tax on it. But in some modern states like Russia, several Latin American countries like Argentina, and in the oil states of the Persian Gulf, the amount of wealth held in offshore tax havens can exceed 60%. A state's ability to function is directly linked to its ability to raise funds and to marshal its collective resources for the public good. Money taken into tax havens has effectively left the economy, and in Myanmar between the 10th and the 13th centuries, the situation began to look similar to some of the modern world's worst areas for tax evasion. In Bagan, by the late 13th century, as much as 63% of the kingdom's land that had once belonged to the crown, as well as the majority of its gold and silver, was in the hands of the tax-exempt church. For successive kings of Bagan, this resulted in something of a bind. Their entire legitimacy rested on the system of belief that began and ended with the Buddhist
This is a
church.
shit run anyways.
And so the thought of using any kind of force to seize land from the unarmed Buddhist monks was unthinkable. The church wasn't just a beloved religious institution, it was also the land's biggest employer, and countless people depended on it for their livelihood. And so if the Burmese kings had any hope of getting their land back, they would have to use the doctrines of the church against it. Buddhist doctrines in Burma did allow for a sort of release valve on the power and influence of the church. Monks were supposed to live by the Vinaya, or the Buddhist code of conduct, which emphasizes relinquishing yourself of earthly possessions. And it was considered the duty of kings to periodically purge the church when it wandered too far from this ideal. If the church had become too wealthy, then by definition it must have strayed from the Vinaya, and so a process called sasana could begin. This was a kind of inquisition in which individual
It's like, I know it's
temples
not
were
it, it's 54
inspected,
again, I know
and
it.
excess wealth or land could be confiscated according to a strict religious code. It was a way
Yeah,
for the
like
crown
55.
to claw back some of the wealth it had lost to the church. But the process of sasana was slow and often insufficient. Once a stage of sasana purifying the church was finished, often the population felt newly inspired to donate to their now pure and righteous church, and money would start flowing back to the monks in even greater amounts. After a king had purified the church, his descendants would often give even more lavish donations the moment they came to the throne, in order to increase their own legitimacy. And so, over the centuries, the wealth of the Empire of Bagan flowed in only one direction, from the great reservoir of the royal treasury downhill into the tax-exempt sector of the religious establishment. The historian Michael Aung Twin summarizes the situation in the following terms.
The kingdom of Bagan declined because the factors that had nurtured it in the first place became, in time, forces that contradicted and destroyed it. The seeds that sowed the destruction of Bagan are what earlier made its success possible, and the institutions that led to prosperity and power eventually involuted and impoverished the state. What had been a blessing became a curse, but because Bagan society was unable and unwilling to change what were once constructive forces when they became destructive ones, the political power of the dynasty collapsed.
By the reign of a king named Tilo Minlo, who ruled in the early 13th century, it's clear that the royal treasury was struggling. He was the last king of Bagan to build any significant temples, although he did so mostly in remote regions away from the capital. The kings who followed would be apparently penniless, and no great constructions would go up after this period. When discussing the collapse of societies, historians often talk about what they call the remote origins of the collapse. These are slow, broad trends that build up over time, cracks that begin to appear and wear away at the structure, sometimes invisible. And then there's what they call the immediate origins. This is the wrecking ball that comes swinging in and delivers one decisive blow that reverberates through the cracked and weakened structure and sends the whole thing shattering into smithereens. The state of Bagan's reduced ability to marshal its land and resources was not fatal by itself, but it left it increasingly vulnerable to outside events. In the year 1258, a series of rebellions began in South Arakan and Martaban and posed a challenge to the empire. With as much as 2/3 of its land held by the church, the Bagan state struggled to fund the military campaign necessary to contain these rebellions. Though it would ultimately bring order back to those regions after a struggle of many years, it was a clear indication of the weakened state of the country. But soon, an even more terrible threat began to loom. This was a force of the size and strength that the people of Bagan had never encountered before. A force that even now was sweeping across the Eurasian landmass, washing away empires that had ruled for centuries, and leaving death and destruction in its wake. These were the armies of the Mongol Emperor, Kublai Khan. Kublai Khan was a grandson of the great Mongol warlord Genghis Khan, who had united the steppe peoples of Mongolia and led them on a campaign of conquest, the likes of which the world had never seen, conquering lands from the South China Sea to the Mediterranean, from Siberia to Afghanistan. Kublai was 12 years old when his grandfather Genghis Khan died. And after the death of the great Khan, the vast Mongol Empire began to split into warring rival states. Kublai Khan would find himself at the head of the Chinese portion of the Mongol Empire and founded a dynasty known as the Yuan, with his capital at Beijing. In just 3 generations, the Mongols had gone from nomadic wanderers to emperors. And over time, the Yuan dynasty would come to rule over most of present-day China, Mongolia, Korea, and southern Siberia. In the late 13th century, at the same time that the Bagan Empire was struggling to contain its rebellious northern provinces and claw back some of its land and wealth from its church, the Emperor Kublai Khan was engaged in an immense war against his last remaining rivals in China. These were the southern Song dynasty, a large Chinese kingdom that had until now resisted the advances of the Mongols. But by the year 1270, the Song were on the ropes. Kublai Khan had blockaded the Yangtze River, cutting off their supply routes, and he was now keen to encircle and destroy any remaining.
Yeah, I'm gonna sign off in like a
armies.
minute or two.
But he had one problem. There was still a single remaining escape route for the Song armies, and that was through the narrow mountain passes in the southwest of China and into the lands of Myanmar. If the Song armies were able to escape through the lands of Bagan, they could continue their fight. And so Kublai Khan resolved to bring the Empire of Bagan under his sway and close off the Song's final escape route. With his forces all tied up in total war against the Song, Kublai at first had no desire for conflict with Bagan. He sent an envoy to the Burmese court and demanded that the king there swear loyalty to him and pay a small tribute. As Mongol tactics went, This was about as polite as he could get. But things would not go according to his plan. The king of Bagan at this time was a man named Naratiapate. He was a man of overwhelming appetites, who loved his food and drink, so much so that the Glass Palace Chronicle records that he was the reincarnation of an ogre who lived on Mount Popa.
The Lord had left a prophecy upon the top of Mount Tangvi that the ogre, guardian of the mountain, should become king thrice in Bagan. Even so, it came to pass, for he became king once, it is said, as Narathiapate. And because he had become a man in the state of an ogre, he was violent in envy, proud and wrathful, and gluttonous in eating and drinking. He was great in wrath, haughtiness, and envy, exceeding covetous and ambitious. He had 3,000 concubines and maids of honor.
If the chronicles are to be believed, this king Naratiapate also ruled tyrannically, with some of his preoccupations ranging into the territory of the bizarre.
The king, being one who had received the Lord's prophecy, suffered not from any of the 96 diseases, and never so much as sneezed nor yawned. And so, none was allowed to sneeze or yawn in his presence. If anyone happened to sneeze or yawn, he beheaded him. One day, a young handmaid in the king's presence was dearly desired to sneeze, and because she could not refrain it, she put her face to a great jar and sneezed, hoping that the king would not hear. But alas, the sound was louder than if she had sneezed openly, and the king asked, "What sound is that?"
It's only through the gentle intervention of one of his queens that the unfortunate girl was allowed to escape with her life. King Naratiapate was also given over to boasting, especially about his famous appetite, as one inscription left by him at the Mingala Zedi pagoda in 1274 shows.
King Naratiapate, supreme commander of 36 million soldiers, and who is the consumer of 300 dishes of curry daily, enshrined 51 gold and silver figurines of kings, queens, nobles, and maids of honor on Thursday, the full moon of Kaysen of the year 636.
And so in January of the year 1271, a group of ambassadors arrived in Bagan from the court of Kublai Khan in Beijing with the Mongol emperor's offer. These ambassadors asked to see the Burmese king Naratiapate, and when they were let into the throne room, they demanded that the king submit to being a vassal of the Mongols. This ogre-like king refused. The Glass Palace Chronicle remembers this encounter in dramatic terms, and uses the Burmese name Taruk, or Turk, to describe the Mongol ambassador.
The Taruk sent 10 ministers and 1,000 horsemen to demand golden rice pots, vessels of gold and silver ladles, because, said he, they were once offered by King Anarata. Furthermore, some chronicles say that they came demanding a white elephant. The Taruk ambassadors, in making demands, showed no due respect nor reverence in the king's presence. Therefore, the king commanded, "Slay these 10 ministers and 1,000 horsemen. Let none escape."
Both Burmese and Mongol inscriptions of the time indicate that this sentence was not actually carried out, with the king's advisors perhaps pleading with him to be rational. But it shows the extent to which the Mongol demands angered this king, Naratiapate. Back in Beijing, we can only imagine the scenes as Kublai Khan was informed of this insult. But he was still reluctant to order an invasion. He was battling the last remnants of the Song dynasty in the south, and he had just attempted an ill-fated sea invasion of Japan, capturing the island of Tsushima and attempting to land on the Japanese mainland. But his ships had been destroyed in a pair of typhoons that the Japanese would later name the Divine Winds, or kamikaze, and 10,000 Mongol soldiers had been lost. After this embarrassment, Kublai Khan had no great desire to commit a large number of troops to a small border dispute with Bagan. Instead, he ordered his armies to move into a wide swathe of contested borderlands in the forbidding mountain ranges between his empire and Burma. In response, the king of Bagan refused to back down and sent his own armies to recapture the region, backed by a large force of war elephants. This Burmese army marched up into the thickly forested hills. We can only imagine how the soldiers felt, marching to war with this unknown enemy, of which they must have heard terrifying tales. One Burmese poet, writing later, would give a description of an army marching to battle.
We are not afraid of anything. We are daring and brave, ready to sacrifice our lives, marching to the royal cities. On this day, fixed as the day of victory, at our camp in the forest verdant are the branches full of small flower buds. Sweet are the sounds of the military drums and gongs in the soft evening's twilight. Just as mists and clouds are dispersed, so too must we destroy our enemy.
This army finally met the Mongol garrison at a rocky, forested gully known as the Vochang Valley. The explorer and adventurer Marco Polo by this time was serving as a diplomat in the court of Kublai Khan. He recalls the force that the king of Bagan sent.
So, this king prepared a great force and munitions of war. And he had, let me tell you, 2,000 great elephants, on each of which was set a tower of timber, well framed and strong, and carrying from 12 to 16 well-armed fighting men. And besides these, he had of horsemen and of footmen good 60,000 men. In short, he equipped a fine force, as well befitted such a powerful prince. It was indeed a host capable of doing great things. And what shall I tell you? When the king had completed these great preparations to fight the Tartars, he tarried not. They arrived within 3 days of the great Khan's host, which was then at Vokhan, in the territory of Zardandan.
It's likely that for many of the Mongol soldiers, this was their first experience of seeing war elephants fielded in combat. These enormous creatures would have advanced in a terrifying wall, with their wooden superstructures carrying archers. Marco Polo describes what happened next.
When the king's army had arrived in the plain and was within a mile of the enemy, he caused all the castles that were on the elephants to be ordered for battle, and the fighting men to take up their posts on them, and he arrayed his horse and his foot. The horses of the Tartars took such fright at the sight of the elephants that they could not be got to face the foe, but always swerved and turned back, whilst all the time the king and his forces and all his elephants continued to advance upon them.
But the Mongols had learned their tactics on the vast open steppes of Central Asia, and they knew that when an enemy was too strong to face directly, you could always retreat and pepper them with arrows from a distance, and that's exactly what they did.
When the Tartars perceived how the case stood, they were in great wrath and knew not what to say or do. But their captain acted like a wise leader who had considered everything beforehand. They did as he bade them, and plied their bows stoutly, shooting so many shafts at the advancing elephants that in a short space they had wounded or slain the greater part of them, as well as of the men they carried. When the elephants felt the smart of those arrows that pelted them like rain, they turned tail and fled, And nothing on earth would have induced them to turn and face the Tartars. And then too, they plunged into the wood and rushed this way and that, dashing their castles against the trees, bursting their harness, and smashing and destroying everything that was on them.
With the enemy in disarray, the Mongol cavalry charged down on them, and the forces of Bagan were scattered. The Mongol chronicles can barely conceal their pride at the size of this victory. They record that only 700 Mongol soldiers were able to defeat a Burmese army of 50,000, while only losing a single soldier. But this is clearly an exaggeration. The Burmese chronicles, perhaps understandably, make no mention of this disastrous campaign. The main force of Bagan had been utterly defeated on what should have been their home turf, and there was now little standing between the Mongol armies and the rich river valley of the Irrawaddy. The Mongols were quick to capitalize on their victory.
Wow,
Gyeongsin, the next fort along the road, fell just 6 days later, on the 9th of December 1283, and now the Mongol forces pushed on into the Irrawaddy Valley. It's clear from the exaggerated tones of the Burmese chronicles just how much of a threat this Mongol invasion force was.
The Turk mustered all the parts of his army to the number of 6 million horsemen and 20 million footmen, and they came marching.
The situation clearly looked bleak. King Narathiapate ordered 2 of his generals to take his remaining forces and fortify the town of Nyasaungyan on the crucial river crossing of the Irrawaddy.
Coming to Nasaungyan town, they made it strong and girded it with forts and moats and ditches, and fought in their defense at the river crossing of Bama. For 3 full months they slew the enemy, and spared not even the feeders of elephants and horses, but slew them all. But when 10 myriad men were dead, the Taruks sent 20 myriad. When 20 myriad were dead, he sent 40 myriad. The king's men were weary and fordone, and as soon as the Taruks crossed the river, Nasaungyan fell.
At the news of the fall of Nyasaungyan, the ogre-like king's courage failed him. He fled the city of Bagan and headed to the south.
Then the king called his ministers and consulted with them, saying, Bagan town is now too narrow for us, in depth too shallow. It cannot contain the hosts of fighting men, the hosts of elephants and horses. Let us go straight away to the south and establish a strong town.
For this reason, King Narathiapate would go down in history in Burma by the name Taruk Pye Min, or the king who fled from the Turks. He retreated into the south of Burma and left the rest of the country leaderless and in chaos.
Shoot me. Shoot
With
me.
no remaining confidence in the king of Bagan to protect them, many of the empire's provinces simply broke away and looked to their own defenses.
In the game.
For
Boosted
the
in the
next
game.
year, the king
Not in real
attempted
life.
to negotiate with the Mongol invaders.
I don't know, I think
And
I'm
throughout
done,
this
my
time,
friends. I
the
really
lowlands
do
of Burma
for tonight.
were a battlefield, convulsed
I really
in a
think so.
series of constant running skirmishes. It's not actually certain whether or not the Mongol forces reached the capital city of Bagan. According to Burmese sources, the generals that the king had sent to defend the north seemed to have been able to slow the Mongol advance, and even repel them about 160 kilometers north of the capital. Some sources claim, quite plausibly, that the Mongol soldiers struggled in the baking heat of Myanmar's dry zone, and suffered from diseases like malaria, which sapped the momentum out of their campaign. Archaeology seems to support this story, since on the temples and structures of Bagan, there's little evidence of war damage or burning. Marco Polo, in the court of Kublai Khan, claims that the Mongols did reach Bagan, but explains that they left the temples intact out of some mixture of respect and superstition.
They marched until they came to the country and province of Nihon, and they did conquer the whole of it. And when they found in the city the 2 towers of gold and silver, they were greatly astonished, and sent word thereof to the great Khan, asking what he would have them do with the 2 towers, seeing what a great quantity of wealth there was upon them. And the great Khan, being well aware that the king had caused these towers to be made for the good of his soul, and to preserve his memory after his death, said that he would not have them injured, but would have them left precisely as they were. And that was no wonder either, for you must know that no Tartar in the world will ever, if he can help it, lay hand on anything appertaining to the dead.
Whatever the situation, the Mongols had no interest in a drawn-out conflict. By the year 1287, the Mongol Khan had agreed to a tentative peace. The Burmese delegation formally acknowledged Mongol power over their kingdom and agreed to pay an annual tribute that was a certain proportion of the annual agricultural output of the country. But the agreement broke down only a month later. In late June, the defeated and humiliated King Naratiapate was returning from the south, traveling north up the river on his royal barge to take up his position as a puppet king in the capital he had fled years before. But on the 1st of July, 1287, King Naratiapate was intercepted en route by his second son, Tihatu, who had him assassinated.
They went upstream in rout and disorder, without union or order. And when they reached the port of Praman, Thehatu stopped the royal raft and put poison in the food. He offered it and said, "O king, eat." But the king knew that there was poison in the food, and he would not eat. When Thehatu heard he had caused 3,000 soldiers to go and stand around the royal raft with gleaming swords unsheathed in their hands, then he took the ring off his finger and he let fall drops of water over it and gave it to his queen. And he made a solemn vow and said, "In all the lives of men, I wander throughout samsara until I reach nirvana. May I never have a son born to me again." And he took the food and ate. And even as he ate, he died.
What? I can't believe I missed that shot.
The death of this king
it's
was the
still
final
38.
death blow for the
It's always
disintegrating
38.
kingdom of Bagan. All remaining provinces that had once been loyal to it now broke away. There was no king at all for the next 2 years, and when one of Naratiapate's sons, named Kyaoswa, did emerge as ruler, he would reign over only the diminished and impoverished city of Bagan itself, and he had virtually no army. He would be assassinated along with his son and heir on the 10th of May, 1299. It was during this time that the explorer Marco Polo visited the city of Bagan and saw with his own eyes the glorious sights of its temples, now diminished by the years of war. Throughout this whole period, the Mongols could have easily moved in to occupy the territory of Bagan, but it seems they had no interest in doing so. In fact, they would send no more expeditions to restore order. Their policy seems to have been to allow the fragmentation of the kingdom to continue, and to watch from afar as the once great power that had challenged them simply tore itself apart and sank into irrelevance. One 14th century king named Minghi Swasauke wrote a later inscription with a brief, sad note about this time.
The Bernese Empire disintegrated. because of internal strife.
The collapse of the Empire of Bagan was now complete. The area of the city of Bagan would remain occupied for much of the century that followed, and people would continue to farm and keep animals in the lands around the great temples and stupas, as they slowly crumbled beneath the forces of the elements. Other kingdoms would occupy this region over time, some kings even crowning themselves at Bagan and giving themselves the titles of the old emperors. But the city would never again hold the same prominence. A smaller number of new and impressive religious monuments still went up to the mid-15th century. But after that, new temple constructions slowed to a trickle and then stopped entirely. And bit by bit, the city fell into ruin. The area of the city of Bagan remained a pilgrimage site up until the modern day. While farmers grazed their cattle on the grasses pushing up through the bricks, pilgrims traveled for hundreds of miles to visit its unique landscape and see the awe-inspiring sight of its golden.
This is my last run. Okay, after this run is my last run. If no matter what happens, because I gotta sign off. It's 8:30. Appreciate it. This is my last run. I mean, if it's a good cutscene.
To come. But thousands of the less famous and more out-of-the-way temples fell into disrepair and ruin, some disappearing entirely.
Okay, one like where I don't bump into everything.
Swallowed up by the forests. The English writer William Somerset Maugham, who travelled through Burma and Thailand in 1923, wrote a memoir of his travels entitled A Gentleman in Nepal. In it, he writes about how he was affected by the sight of the ruins of cities like Angkor, Ayutthaya, and Bagan.
In these eastern countries, cities are founded, increase to greatness, and are destroyed in a manner that cannot but fill the Western traveler, accustomed for many centuries now to a relative stability.
No, okay.
With a certain
Thank you for being here. I appreciate it very much. We're gonna get this time soon.
In the jungle, far from any habitation, you will find ruined temples, overgrown with trees, and among the dank verdure, broken gods and elaborate bas-reliefs, as the only sign that here was once a thriving city. And you will come across poverty-stricken villages that are all that remain of the capital of a rich and powerful kingdom. It is a somber reminding of the mutability of human things.
For Maugham, the sight of these ruins reminded him that the empire he lived at the heart of might also one day be consigned to history. Maugham writes evocatively of his first visit to the ruined temples of Bagan as he approached by steamboat along the great river Irrawaddy.
A light rain was falling, and the sky was dark with heavy clouds when I reached Bagan. In the distance, I saw the pagodas for which it is renowned. They loomed huge, remote, and mysterious, out of the mist of the early morning